enjoy history. We're really going to enjoy Creek history. We're going to step back in time. So we hope that you are starting off with your morning, this brisk morning, a good day. It's going to get better and better as the day goes on. We are live streaming this event. So those who couldn't be here will be able to take a look at that on the internet. And thank you to Ms. Kim Filial in Government Relations for live streaming our event so that others who are unable to be here can see it. But again, we're just delighted that you're here. We're delighted that you chose to choose your Saturday to spend your Saturday with us. We are now going to have a wonderful song by our Tribal Councilwoman, Miss Sandy Hollinger, and Miss Megan Young.
Well, first of all, I just want to say good morning, and what a beautiful day the good Lord has given us. And we just want to thank Him for this beautiful day and all of our many blessings. And I would like to take a moment and thank Dr. Dees and all of her staff for this event and bringing this all together. I know they work hard, many hours to host events for the tribe and remember our cultural and just different things that they do. And I just want to give them a hand this morning for all that they do for us. Megan and I have selected What a Friend We Have in Jesus. And certainly He is ruler and reigner of my life, and I'm sure is yours as well. And, just looking at our life and how blessed we are here at the tribe, I mean, it only comes from Him. And we just give Him all the praise, all the glory this morning. You're welcome to sing with us. So if you know it, just sing with us. What a friend we have in Jesus. All our sins and griefs to bear. What a privilege to carry everything to God in prayer. Oh, what peace we often forfeit. Oh, what needless pain we bear. All because we do not carry everything to God in prayer. Have we trials and temptations? Is there trouble anywhere? We should never be discouraged. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Can we find a friend so faithful, who will all our sorrows share? Jesus knows our every weakness. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Are we weak and heavy laden, cumbered with a load of care? Precious Savior, still our refuge. Take it to the Lord in prayer. Do thy friends despise, forsake thee? Take it to the Lord in prayer. In his arms he'll take and shield thee. Thou wilt find a solace there. Thank you. God bless you and have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you, beautiful. We will now have our prayer by Mr. Clarence Rowland.
I consider it to be an honor here today and, be part of this. There's a Creek word is Omiko Sabida. Omiko Sabida means to pray over something. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to thank the good Lord for this day. Pray over this meeting, ask the Lord to bless it. Let's bow our heads for a minute. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for your mercy, for your love, and your goodness. Thank you, Lord, for the many blessings of life that you give us. Lord, we thank you for the rain. It's been a long time, Lord, and we thank you for that. Thank you for the cool weather. And Lord, it makes us all feel better, and we thank you for that. We thank you, Lord, for the many blessings, Lord, that you brought to our tribe and our people. And thank you most of all for the hope, Father, that you brought to our life. Lord, we are better people, Lord, because of your blessing upon us, and we thank you for that. Thank you for the food that we're partaking of. Thank you for this meeting today. Lord, as we look back and try to learn more about our history, Lord, where we come from and where we are as a people. So again, we ask your blessing throughout these days. These things I pray and ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
Mado, thank you so much, Brother Clarence. We appreciate that wonderful prayer. You see in front of you breakfast. So breakfast is served. We decided that we will have our caterer plate the food for you this conference and bring it to you so you don't have to stand in a long buffet line. Nice, right? So please enjoy your breakfast and the slideshow. And in just a few minutes, our stomp dancers are going to be up and perform practice dance, stomp dance for us so we can share part of the Creek culture with you. Mado. Thank you.
that's me, and I'm like,
All I can tell you about
does it get better?
all I can tell you about it is don't get interested in any church because he ain't gonna live. I've read it. No. Yeah. I know.
You still at the house? Still at the house. Got a little weight on it.
Yeah.
This other one you go upstairs. It's like a house.
I'd like to say thank you to our youth. They are here to assist. So if you need something, just raise your hand and our youth will be able to come and help you. Miss Connie Cruz, could you get our youth to raise their hands so everyone can see? Thank you. Thank you again for providing service for us at this conference today.
So I'm going to.
Our stomp dancers are getting ready to come and dance, but I wanted to show you as a precursor to their joining us for a dance, I wanted to show you a precursor to our current modern day stomp dancers. Here we have a stomp dancer that is pictured on copper, and it's believed to be a little over 1,000 years old. This is someone who no doubt was a very important leader. This particular copper structure, this is a replica made by tribal member Bria Adams, who donated it to the tribe. But this particular image was found at many different sites throughout the Southeast, so we know this is a really important person, but it's wonderful to see the stomp dance from over 1,000 years ago. We know that carried forward to Chief Alexander McGilvery. We don't know if this is a likeness of him. There are 3 different people that many scholars say that this picture is. So we don't know if this is actually a true likeness of Chief Alexander McGilvery. But I was thinking when I was praying and praying before our conference and praying that we would all have a good day and a good time of fellowship and a good learning experience, I thought, wouldn't it have been nice to stomp dance with Chief Alexander McGilvery? Wouldn't it have been nice to stand in the circle with him, to dance in the circle with him? You know, some people have said Chief Calvin McGee was a lot like Alexander McGilvery. Some people have made that comparison. So they say that he was such a strong leader. Chief Calvin McGee was such a strong leader, like Chief Alexander McGilvery. So it's great to have these images of these two strong leaders side by side. We also know that Calvin McGee's been compared to William Weatherford as a strong leader. Wouldn't it have been nice to step back in time and stomp dance with William Weatherford? Wouldn't that be something? So I'm just kind of thinking about those kind of things, stepping back in time, and wouldn't it have been nice to be able to be there and see that and dance with some of those who've gone on before us, those strong leaders that really laid a foundation for what we're doing here today. So it's a pleasure now to introduce to you the Hossosa Tallahassee dancers. Mado. Will you move that microphone over here?
I know I. Oh, mother. They go back upstairs. They go back upstairs.
What'd you say they call you? No. Don't be funny.
Good job.
Go way back.
We're going to have a leader all the way from Muskogee Creek Nation, Oklahoma. It really is a pleasure to have our brothers and sisters that were removed in 1830 to 1836 era to be able to come down here and dance with us. So we want to invite everybody out here to join in. This is a social dance. It's it's for the community. All you got to do is get in line, walk in a circle. If you're able to, we would really appreciate it if you come up and enjoy a dance with us. So, Seminole THPO Mr. Oh, Mogade, leg back upstairs. Hey, leg back upstairs. Mahi. Loja. The flesh. Oh, yeah.
Hey, you can always mention.
Yeah.
Pay you back.
Move these tables back. Come on.
Do one more. No matter how bom esquilanga, I know Mari, oh Mogade, leg back upstairs. Oh, hey, look at that. Mahi. Low job, low job.
Yeah, that works.
All the way from oh, wow.
We got one more for y'all. We're going to let the shakers rest a little bit. And then we'll have one more, and then we'll continue on with the services.
Go ahead.
Sinomatara, Bonishanga, I know Mari, oh, Moses, Lake of Bagaksta. Hey, Lake of Bagaksta. Don't sit down, man. Mahi, Mahi. Wooka, wooka, wooka. I'm about to say, Mr. Clayton.
Yeah, put over there. He goes the other direction.
Wasn't that wonderful? Let's give our stomp dancers another hand. Modo. We are now going to have our first speaker to speak today, and I am delighted to introduce Mr. Eddie Tullis, our former tribal chair, who has served on our tribal council for over 40 years. We are delighted to have him speak to us about federal recognition. Later today, we're going to have some of our youth do some readings from our actual federal recognition petition. Have you ever read it? Well, in case you haven't, they're going to do some readings from excerpts from the Federal Recognition Petition, the wonderful document that we have housed in Githla and Juco, beautiful document that many, many people in this community worked to put together for over 20 years. So I would like to ask you to give us a warm welcome to Mr. Eddie Tullis.
Good morning, everyone. Before I start talking too much about federal recognition, I want to say a few words about what I think is the significance of this activity we have here today. I want to thank the stomp dancers for participating in something that an awful lot of other Port Creek Indians ought to be participating in. I appreciate Brother Clarence Rowland's efforts on the language preservation. I appreciate the fact that Dr. Dees and her staff look at where we're at today and realize that we're actually part of living history. And I have predicted for a number of years and to a lot of different audiences that some of you, maybe not all of us that's here, but some of you are going to live to see scholars like Dr. Cox or Mr. Cox and Mr. Scott and all of them that are going to be really interested in coming and recording the significance of the Port Spanish Creek Indians. I think that there's a whole story to be told about perseverance. There's a whole story to be told about the challenges that we faced and how we've overcome those. I think there's a real challenge to look at the governance of the Port Spanish Creek Indians, and I think it's a prime example of how a lot of Indian tribes would have been better off if they'd had a system of government like we have at Porch Creek and had to maintain that. I also want to assure you that some of the people that's here today will be in the same position I'm in right here today in trying to keep at least an awareness of what has happened here at Porch Creek. I thank each of you for being here today. This auditorium should be full of tribal people today, but I appreciate the ones of you that are here that came out. And I certainly appreciate the stomp dancers and Dr. D's and all them. So we're part of living history. I want y'all to realize that. And I'm just fortunate to have had a small part of playing that. And what I want to do today, I do not want to be perceived as egotistic, because I'm liable to say I sometimes when I should be saying we. But I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about what's happened since we lost what was universally accepted as a strong leader in Calvin McGee. I think sometimes that we lose sight of Calvin's success story. Calvin came to the forefront in the late 40s and led this group of people that was here on a very specific mission. And that mission was to make sure that the people that were here that was entitled to the compensation from the Indian land claims situation was rewarded with their what they were entitled to. And I don't think a lot of times we kind of forget that what a major handicap that Calvin went through to be successful in that. And then I think that all of us have got to continue to remember that Calvin, I guess you call it faith or whatever, but you got to realize that Calvin never physically and personally seen the financial rewards from all of the work he'd done. even realizing it was just only a tiny, tiny reward for all that work that he'd done over those 20 years. So I don't want us to forget those things that so many of us look for tomorrow. So many of us are so busy living today that we don't have time to look back at some of these things. But I assure you that this community is going to be subject to a lot more of that. As all of you know, Calvin passed in October of 1970. Calvin had, we thought Calvin was in great health then, but I think Calvin had been smart enough to realize that he wouldn't be there forever, so he had insisted that one of his sons be actively involved in the council back then, and another one became involved right after his death and all. But I think Calvin foreseen the need for strong, continuous leadership of this group of people. Calvin passed in October of 1970, and shortly thereafter the checks began to arrive for our measly reward for docket 21 and docket 275 and all of the Indian Claims Commission. When Calvin passed, as I said, his son Houston had been involved in the council for a while, and with Calvin's passing, Houston was elected chairman of that council. Houston served for about 6.5 years, I believe it was. Served and tried to make a living at the same time, and didn't have a great employment or anything. So it was a burden for Houston to devote as much time to the job as he should have. But this whole effort, when we talk about federal recognition, started under Houston's administration. I kindly put the beginning of Porch Creek's involvement in federal recognition to February of 1971. I had a chance, physically was closed. When we did, we called, and John Mitchell said, well, the snow's pretty deep here, and snow ain't bad till you get into the city, and in the city it's all ice. And we said, well, we're at the airport, what are we going to do now? He said, well, I know that there's about 6 or 8 other people that they're on their way here now, so we're going to have the meeting. And he said, I'll send someone for you. In about an hour, a guy showed up with one of them trucks that was built just to get around in snow. He told us on the way back he never had driven on as much ice as he'd seen in Boston that day, but where he was from, they had an awful lot of snow, so he could get us there. We got to the federal building in Boston, and it's got a set of steps. How are your things clear? I think it run out. Harold, I think it quit, the little blue light went out. But when you get to the federal building in Boston, Massachusetts, it's got one of those federal buildings that's got more stairs than it has anything. He said Tom Doreen decided to accept the challenge of putting together some representation for the people, the Friendly Creeks at South Alabama. They had decided, as lawyers quite often do, that each one of these cases needed to be separated to a degree, and also in order to represent the Friendly Creeks of South Alabama, they created an entity called the Pine Tree Legal Foundation, and incorporated that organization in the state of Colorado and became our attorney of record. We thought, since we had this high-priced, high-qualified attorney that had been so successful in Maine, that we ought not have any trouble getting people to pay some attention to us here in South Alabama. Well, we got a lot of attention, all right, but an awful lot of that attention came in the form of people who are saying, well, you better be careful, because that attorney, them creeks who got down that more, got half the state of Maine turned back to Indians. Not stopping long enough to explain to them what kind of property they got back, and the fact that they were so entitled to it and everything. And that we had a real crisis kind of developing, because a lot of the people who did not want to see a tribe in Alabama was falsely saying that our primary goal was to get all this property that originally was Creek land. They wanted us, they thought we wanted it all back. It got so bad that we had a meeting with Governor Wallace, and Governor Wallace said, you know, these people are going to fight you tooth and nail. All them farmers around Ports down there got all that investment in that farmland, got all that big equipment and everything. They sure ain't going to be in favor of you taking that land away from them. So we negotiated a settlement with George Wallace. We said to George Wallace, and the end result of negotiation was that if the state of Alabama accepted the fact that we here at Porch Creek were entitled to a relationship with the federal government, and if the state of Alabama would return the property that was then the Porch Consolidated School back to the Indian people, that we would give him our word that we would not prosecute a land claims case against the state of Alabama. George Wallace and I shook hands on that, and George Wallace immediately became one of our most vocal and most politically connected supporters. The next problem that we run into, and George Wallace's legal advisor name slips in my mind right now. I'm getting to that point where I have been senior moments, but I'll tell you in a minute. But we come to realize that there was a lot of opposition to creating a federally recognized tribe in Alabama. And his opinion was, and Tom Terrene agreed with this, that there was no process anywhere other than a direct act of Congress to recognize an Indian tribe. You know, the Constitution says Congress shall deal with Indian tribes. It don't say nothing about the administration. It don't say nothing about the Bureau of Indian Affairs. The Constitution says that the Congress shall deal with the Indian people. So we decided that, and an awful lot of negotiation went on, but the end result was that we realized that we had to do one or two things. We either had to go to a direct act of Congress to get this group recognized as a tribe, or else we had to get somebody else to interpret the law different than what it read in plain language. So we decided that we started a campaign and realized that when I say we now, I'm talking about not only the Porch Banner Creeks, but a number of the groups that had been identified by John Mitchell and the Indian Claims Commission and that were members of this organization called SENA were on the same track. We were fortunate to have George Wallace that was a man of his word. He became a very, very strong supporter. He was well aware of all the work Calvin McGee had done in the past on the land claims cases and all, and accepted the fact that Calvin never once did Calvin ask for land back. He only asked for compensation for the land they had illegally taken. So whenever we got to the point of realizing we had to either have a political decision or there had to be some changes somewhere, because there was no recognized process to do this. Now, there was a kind of a bad precedence in one sense of the words, and what we thought was a bad one is there were a tribe, the Miccosukee tribe in South Florida in 1975 became recognized by a direct act of Congress. And some of the Seminoles went directly to Congress. We come to find out later that the reason that it was so easy for them to do it was the federal government wanted something. They wanted part of the property to become the development of the Everglades and everything. So they recognized the Miccosukees and the Seminoles with the stipulation that they would have control over that federal property. So we didn't have any property that the federal government wanted, so we figured that avenue was kind of closed to us. So we went to the U.S. Congress. I went and met with every single member of the Alabama delegation. And I say I was there, but there was, most of the time, there was somebody with me, either Buford or Houston or John McGee became my left hand almost for a number of these years. We met with the delegation, and I never will forget a little story I'll tell you. In 1982, you remember the Alabama delegation was 4 Republicans, 4 Democrats in the House of Representatives, 1 Republican senator, and 1 Democratic senator. So you had 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. We didn't know what we were. But I went to all of them and explained the situation to them and asked them, and we were so fortunate, and I don't want to get emotional, but we've just lost what turned out to be one of our big supporters, Jack Edwards, that we buried 2 weeks ago, became the guy that probably was almost the conscience of the people here at Porch. Jack Edwards took the lead to draft a letter. He said, Eddie, let's try it the easy way and let's see if we can get a resolution passed by the House that recognizes the people at Porch, and it won't be a law, it'll just be a resolution, and they don't carry a lot of legal law with them, but if we can get that, we can come back next week and at least we'll have a count on how we think it'll do. So Jack Edwards drafted a resolution for the House of Representatives, and he said, we need all the support we can get. I said, well, you draft it and I'll go back to them and all. So he drafted that resolution to Congress, and I took it and I went back to all 10 members of the Alabama legislature at that time. And believe it or not, every single one of them signed on to that letter of recommendation. brought it back, and they said, well, it'd be great if we could get the state people to do it. Of course, George Wallace was so powerful then, and he said, if you can just get George Wallace to do it, we'll consider that as a state. So come back and showed the resolution to George Wallace with all the signatures on it, and he said, Eddie, he said, we ought to elect you governor. I said, well, he said, I ain't never been able to get all 10 of them jokers to sign nothing. And I said, well, we got a good cause, governors, and we need your support. So George Wallace had his legal advisor draft up a letter saying that not only would he sign on the recommendation on the resolution of Congress, but he signed a letter again saying that the Alabama legislature wholeheartedly endorsed and agreed to return the property that was state property at Porch back to the Creek people. So we went back, and Tom Terrain took all of that information. Tom Terrain, the Pine Tree Legal Association, the group that they had formed to represent us, sent people into this community. I never will forget the sociologist that it brought sent here, a guy named Barry Margolin. Barry Margolin's still practicing law today in D.C., but I don't see him real often. But he came into this community and he started interviewing people. He interviewed Roberta Sales. Roberta had been the secretary of the council for so many years that we'd lost count of it, but Barry spent a lot of time interviewing Roberta, any of the other council members that he could find. And actually, it was Barry Margolin that drafted the first draft of our petition for federal recognition. And I think you're going to hear some of that word that's in that. But Barry Margolin spent about 3 weeks here interviewing people. We held chicken dinners for him and to get people to come in and talk to him and everything. That petition went to Congress, and whenever we realized it was up there, they said, well, we don't know, we got a resolution from Congress, but we don't have no formalized procedure. And all these other groups were approaching their congressional people at the same time. So Congress punted on us. They said, well, we agree we ain't gonna recognize none of these groups unless we have a formalized procedure to do that. And they said, and that formalized procedure ought to be a federal regulation. So they turned around and they punted to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. They said, you people create a process that these groups can go through to be recognized as sovereign Indian nations. The Bureau of Indian Affairs almost told them to go to hell. They had enough Indians. And they thought that every Indian in this country that was entitled to federal recognition was already on the list of federally recognized tribes. So we spent about a year and a half, a whole multitude of us, going back to people like Jack Edwards, who kept Jack on more than one occasion wrote letters to the Bureau of Indian Affairs and said, I promise you that if you don't establish a procedure for these people to have an opportunity to present their argument, that the Congress will, in fact, recognize the Creek people in Alabama. A lot of the other people started doing that. two of the biggest supporters we had in this was the senator from North Dakota, Alvarez was his name, and Fred Harris from the state of Oklahoma. Both of those guys, every time they'd get an opportunity, every time there was a hearing on the budget for the Bureau or anywhere else, those asked the question, what are you doing about establishing a process? After an awful lot of harassment from Indian people and all, the Bureau finally established a process. Harold, your thing jumped again. And whenever they established a process, put it in the Federal Register, give us an opportunity to evaluate it. And we argued for about a year about what needed to be done to it. But we finally wound up with a process that, and the Bureau created a separate division called the Bureau of, didn't call it Federal Recognition. I'll think in a minute what the name of it was, but they formed and had a special division of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, and they published a list of the groups that they could find that had formalized their application for that procedure. The Porch Band of Creek Indians wound up number 7 on that list. The Bureau had made a promise to the Congress they're going to formulate this list, and if anybody come forward with a good argument, they'd add them onto the list, and they were going to start at the top and go down through the list, investigate and all. When they got down to where we were put under active consideration, we thought, man, it ain't going to take long for this to happen, because we know who we are and that we're entitled to it. But we run into one, not an obstacle, but an opportunity to do something good. One of the groups that was number 6 on this list was a Grand Travelers Band of Chippewa Indians in the state of Michigan. And the fallacy or the problem that we realized was happening was that the legislators of the state of Michigan, when they agreed that they would go by the resolution or the act of Bureau of Indian Affairs process, they made a stipulation in it that if the Grand Travelers Band of Chippewa Indians were not recognized by a certain date, that the law would become null and void. Well, the Bureau of Indian Affairs said, well, ain't no way in the world we're going to get to there. So a good friend of mine named George Bennett was chairman at the Grand Travelers Band of Chippewas. Him and a delegation of his council came to Porch and met with us with the idea that they needed to be on that active list and needed to have an answer from that department by a certain date. Our tribal council voted to allow and to ask the Bureau Federal Acknowledgement process to move the Grand Travelers Chippewas ahead of the Porch Band of Creek Indians. The Bureau accepted that. The Grand Travelers was recognized. And about 3 months after that, Jack Edwards called me one morning and said, Eddie, he said, I think we've got them on the run, but nothing's absolute yet. But he said, my office has just been notified that the Assistant Secretary is going to publish in the Federal Register on one day next week that he's recommending that the Porch Band of Creek Indians be recognized as a federally recognized tribe. Great moment for us. Wasn't over though. Anytime a law or a procedure is going to be finalized, and when it's put into the Federal Register, people have 90 days. Well, some of them you can do some federal recognition or Federal Register notices can be 60 days, but most of them are 90 days to give any citizen in the country an opportunity to either disagree or they can support if they want to, but they can disagree. We had an individual that when that notice was published in the Federal Register, we had a young lady who was a genealogist in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, not in the Federal Acknowledgement Branch, but in the Bureau of Indian Affairs, that officially entered a protest against the Assistant Secretary's notice to recognize the Poarch Creek Indian. It took us a while, according to the process. Once she had formally done that, and the 90-day period it ended, so there was to see if there was anybody else. Then she got 30 days extension or addition to finalize her protest against the recognition of the Poarch Banner Creek Indians. She filed that protest on time. That protest went into the Bureau. One of the things that the Bureau had failed to do whenever it created this Bureau to look at these petitions is that it did not establish a procedure for looking at a protest. So we got held up about 30 days for them to come up with a process of how they would answer one of the Bureau's employees' protests. We were lucky that the Assistant Secretary was a friend of mine from the Warm Springs Reservation in the state of Washington. He gave us every opportunity to respond or to contribute to the Bureau's response to her protest. Tom Terrene and Barry McGolan and the whole staff at North spent a lot of time answering the protests that she had, and her protest was that either she did not want to admit that the federal government had not been successful in moving all the Indians to Oklahoma. She argued that officially none of us remained in Alabama. After that 30 days ended, the Assistant Secretary for Indian Affairs rejected her protest of our recognition, and again published in the Federal Register that we would be recognized as a Poarch Banner Creek Indians. Great day for us, great day for the Alabama delegation, a great day for our friend Jack Edwards, great day for all of us. But we don't need to forget how close we come to not being recognized. And again, I project that a lot of people one day is going to come back and look at the Poarch Banner Creek Indians and try to explain how we've progressed from a group of people here who could not even afford to pay anybody to do what had to be done, to the fact that we now one of the most progressive and one of the most financially stable tribes in the country. And I think all of us that are tribal members should be very proud of that, but we also need to be conscious that with that recognition and with all of that benefits comes a responsibility for us to not forget, not to let the young people, or not to let even the people that should know better, we can't let those people forget what Calvin McGee done as far as keeping these people together, what Houston McGee and John Arthur McGee and a lot of other people spent their time and effort. And you got to realize that I could tell you some real horror stories of some of these people that made the contribution to get where we're at today. And I'm just proud to be here and to try to make sure that that story goes on for a while, because there's not a lot of them like it around the country. I thank you for being here today. Again, I wish this hall was full of people, full of tribal members. I thank you people who are willing to take your time. When I was standing here thinking about, I was chairman 17 years before I ever got paid a penny. And I bet you some of these people have spent more time studying and participating in a stomp dance than I spent running up and down the road and everything else. So I accept the fact that we've had good, strong leadership here at Porch Creek since day one. I accept the fact that we've got some committed people now. I feel good about what they're doing, and I'm supportive any way I can. And so all of us ought to be proud of that fact. And I thank y'all for being here today. Thank you. I run over. And I'm going to have to leave y'all because I got a family reunion to go to. But I appreciate y'all being here today, and I'll be back.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Tullis. Thank you. You know, I learned some new things today. Wow, that's really exciting to hear that perspective of walking us through the federal recognition process. Some of the things that Mr. Tullis spoke about have not been documented in our tribal archives, but now because we have the live stream, the recording going on, they're now documented. So really a delight to hear the wonderful history. I would like to introduce Miss Carolyn White. Please come forward, Miss Carolyn White. She's going to be introducing our next speaker, Mr. Dale Cox. She actually met him and is responsible for bringing him to us today. So Miss Carolyn White, please come forward and welcome our next speaker.
Good morning. I'm honored and excited to be with you today. It's very good that this is November. It's like powwow month for us, so it's great that it's American Indian month. Let me just tell you a little bit background here quickly before I introduce Mr. Cox. Robert Thrower, our previous Tribal Historic Preservation Officer, and actually Dr. Dees and I had been having some conversations over the last, I say, 3 years about having a history conference. So I'm so thankful that she's been very persistent, and this is the outcome that we have, or we're here today to have a history conference, and it's here in November. But when Robert passed away in July of 2017, and I took over the role as acting THPO, and my journey began with trying to fulfill some of the commitments for the tribe in that role. And I met a lot of very interesting people on my journey. And Rhonda Kimbrough was one of those persons. She was the Heritage and Tribal Government Program Manager for the U.S. Forestry Service down there in Tallahassee, Florida. She was in the National Forests in Florida. But when I met Rhonda Kimbrough in September of 2017, one of the first things she told me, she says, "Have you met Dale Cox?" I said, "No." "Have you read his book?" I said, "No." She said, "You got to read his book, Millie Francis, The Life and Times of the Creek Pocahontas." I said, "I will look that up." And since then, when I went back in September of 2018, I had my book with me. I bought the book and I took it along with me, and that opportunity allowed me to meet Mr. Cox, because Rhonda put together an opportunity for me to meet Mr. Cox and Mr. Steele, Mr. Willard Steele. And that was a great opportunity. I had such an interesting time there listening at them, and that is one of the reasons I believe that they have agreed to be here today, is because I think they have so many things that they can provide to us today that would be of interest to you and that is connected and related to our tribe. So Mr. Cox is here today to present and tell us a little bit about his book, Millie Francis, that I thought was so interesting, and I believe that will be very interested to you. So please bear with me. Some of these I may mispronounce. But Dale Cox is an award-winning author and historian who lives in the suburbs of the quaint little community of Two Egg, Florida. I'm not necessarily sure I know where that is. He has written extensively about the history of the Creek War of 1813-1814, the First Seminole War of 1817-1818, the War of 1812 on the Gulf Coast, and the Civil War in Florida and Arkansas. His book, The Battle of Marianna, Florida, was best in its category by Civil War books and authors, and he has been named to the prestigious Bonnie Blue Society for Southern Authors. His 2013 volume, Millie Francis, The Life and Times of the Creek Pocahontas, played an important role in this year's induction of Millie Francis to the Alabama Women's Hall of Fame along Harper Lee. Mr. Cox holds degrees in history and anthropology. He takes part in the annual Fort Mims reenactment as a Red Stick Warrior and has portrayed Prophet Hosea Francis at Fort Tullis Jackson, Fort Sinkeville, historic Pensacola, and for school groups as a part of the Alabama 200 observance. He has funded more than 19 historic markers and interpretive panels, many of them focused on sites of Native American importance. His current project is a heritage trail at River Landing Park in Chattahoochee, Florida, which emphasizes the site significance at the location of the Scott Battle of 1817 and a stop on the Creek and Seminole Trail of Tears. Mr. Cox is a descendant of the Yuchi mother, Millie Bernard, and the Coweta warrior, and here's what, Ifi Imathala. She was a sister of Timapuchi Bernard and a native Yuchi warrior who was present for some of the most critical events in the life of Millie Francis and was the source of his family's stories about her. He first heard these stories from his grandmother. Memories of them led him to research and write his biography of the woman remembered today as the Creek Pocahontas. He is the father of 2 grown sons and a brilliant 101-pound husky named Dodger D. Dog. He is the co-founder of the streaming travel and history channel 2 Eggs TV and is the author of 19 books and hundreds of newspaper and magazine articles. Let me introduce to you Dale Cox.
It is a great pleasure to be here with you today, and Two Egg is the capital of the New South, in case you didn't know. We are the sister city of Fishhead, Alabama. Yes. Two Egg is actually located, if you look at a map of Florida, that one little notch that sticks up into Alabama and Georgia, we're as close to either state as you can get without being in them, and that's where we are located. And I'll tell you before I wrap up how Two Egg, Florida got its name. So, and if anyone else tells you something different, they're lying to you. So, I'm going to, I've been fascinated to visit. The last time that I visited the Porch Creek area was in the 1980s, just as you were getting your federal recognition. And to see the transition and the change that has taken place here is just stunning. And everyone involved really deserves congratulations for what has taken place here, because it is a remarkable thing. And to see the improvements in housing and in health care and in fire protection and law enforcement and all the other things, the good things that have happened for the people here, it's just remarkable. Your museum is just beautiful and stunning. I had an opportunity to walk through it last night and to listen to some of the voices of the people who made some of this happen. And it's just an amazing thing. And I was just really impressed. And I think everyone involved here and everyone who is a part of this should be commended. I want to introduce you to a new word or to a new phrase. And I know as part of bringing your heritage back to life, you're trying to learn new words and new phrases, but my heritage is Yuchi. And in the Yuchi language, we call ourselves Tsoyoha. Tsoyoha. That is what we call ourselves, and other people call us Yuchi. And Tsoyoha means people of the sun. And people of the sun, it seems appropriate today, because the sun is shining on you here at Porch. And I hope that it always shines on you and that you too will be people of the sun along with us, the Yuchi. There are very few of us left today. Most of us were carried west, like most of the Muskogee, and were absorbed into the Muskogee Nation of Oklahoma, although the Yuchi in the West have filed petition after petition to gain their independence back. They have been denied time after time by the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Today, in the West, there are only 4 remaining native speakers of the Yuchi language, which is a tragedy. But they have begun an immersion program there with preschoolers who are learning how to speak Yuchi again through immersion. Just as your young people here are beginning to learn the language of their ancestors again, our children and grandchildren are learning their language again. In the East, there are fewer than 40 of us left. There are not enough of us even to be a tribe. We're a band. And that's a shame as well. But we still exist just as you still exist. And hopefully we will always still exist. But even if the last of us goes, as long as the sun shines, our spirits will be with you. And I've come today to talk to you about the spirit of a remarkable person. And her name is Millie Francis. And I first heard her story from my grandmother, who heard it from her grandmother, who heard it from her grandmother. And her grandmother was also named Millie, and her name was Millie Bernard. And she was the sister of a great Yuchi chief whose name was Tempuchi Bernard. And Tempuchi Bernard served as a guide for Andrew Jackson during the Creek War and during the First Seminole War. And Tempuchi Bernard was at a place called St. Mark's, Florida, when they, from an American ship, brought in the prophet Josiah Francis. And he witnessed as they put a rope around the prophet's neck and they hanged him from a tree. And he saw a young girl about 15 years of age crying as she watched the prophet hanged. And he came to realize that this young girl was the daughter of the prophet. And he later told the story of what he learned about this young girl, and it passed down through the family. And he gave a vivid description of how she stood and cried as she watched the death of her own father. And he was struck by this because just a few days before, she had saved the life of an American soldier. And this is the story of Millie Francis. Millie was born here in Alabama. At that time, it was the Muskogee Nation. She was born in the Alabama towns, which were the area where Montgomery is today. And Millie was just a young girl when the Red Stick movement began to rise in the nation. And that took place in around 1811. And you'll hear many different stories about what caused this. You'll hear that Tecumseh came down from the Shawnee lands and brought a message from the British in Detroit. The only problem is that the British weren't in Detroit in 1811. It was still an American fort at that time. Tecumseh did come, but no one paid him much attention in 1811. What did happen in 1811, however, is that the Creek Council approved the widening of the federal road. The federal road passed through the nation. It had been approved in the Treaty of New York some 20 years before. But the Creek Council in 1811 approved the widening of the road from a horse path into a wagon road. And wagons did one thing: they brought settlers. And with a wagon, with a horse path, you could pass through with a horse. With a wagon road, you could pack up your wagon and bring through families. And suddenly, the dozens of people who would pass through on the old federal road, which passed not far from where we are, turned into hundreds of people and thousands of people by the end of the year 1811. And the Creeks didn't like that, as you can imagine. And one part of the Creeks in particular, the Upper Creeks, began to really grow concerned about this. And one man who lived along the federal road, not far from where Montgomery is today, was Josiah Francis. And Josiah Francis became so alarmed by this that he began to think about the teachings that Tecumseh had brought. And there were strange things happening in the Creek Nation. Not only was there suddenly a flood of white settlers passing through, and there was a crush of settlement pushing in on the boundaries of the nation. There were calls for more land cessions to take more of the Creek lands. There was a comet that had appeared in the sky. Now, Tecumseh didn't call for this comet because it was visible before he arrived here. But there was an earthquake that shook the Creek Nation that year. Those earthquakes continued into 1812. Suddenly, the United States went to war with Great Britain again. War broke out in the Midwest between the Shawnee Prophet's followers and Tecumseh's followers and the United States. Josiah Francis began to think about the teachings of the Shawnee Prophet, which were that all of the tribes from the Gulf of Mexico to the Great Lakes needed to unify, and that only through unity could they preserve their lands. If they did not unify, they would be singly defeated and they would lose everything. That they should do no harm to anyone. He taught that they should not steal anything, even a bell, from another person. This was significant because the Creek warriors of that day valued bells above all other things. They would put bells on the harnesses of their horses, and you could hear them coming from a long way away because their horses would jingle like sleigh bells would on a reindeer today, we would think. They taught that they should return to traditional ways. They should return to the hunt in the winter. They should return to traditional foods. They should give up the ways of the whites. Josiah Francis began to think about this and he was a fairly wealthy man. He engaged in the deerskin trade. He had had an account with the trading firm of Panton Leslie and Company, which later became John Forbes and Company in Pensacola, since the 1790s. He was fairly wealthy. He had a two-bedroom or a two-story clapboard house on the Federal Road for a long time. And suddenly one day he set fire to his own house. He said that he had had a visit from the Master of Breath. He burned his barns down. He slaughtered his own livestock. And he took his family and he moved to the holy ground on the Alabama River. And he began to prophesy. And it became known through the nation that he was a Hillis Haja, a maker of mad medicine, which meant that he was a powerful medicine man. Powerful. That what he said would happen. And one by one, others began to follow him who were of like mind to him. And they raised the red stick in their towns. The red stick obviously was the war club. The war club was a white oak runner. If you're familiar with white oak trees, you know they'll put off runners and another tree will sprout off of them. They would take a piece of a white oak tree from a runner that was about 4 inches thick. They would cut it off at the roots. They would, the handle would be left kind of rough. They'd strip the bark off of it. The base or the club part would be the root. They would cut off that root. The only part they would actually sharpen, it didn't look a lot like the war clubs like you see on TV. They would sharpen just the curve of it so that it would have kind of a sharp edge on it. And then they would paint the handle red. The club part they wouldn't paint. They planned to color that with blood later. And they would raise these red clubs in the towns, and they would raise the red pole in the towns. And that would signify that they were followers of the prophet. And they became known as the red clubs or the I don't know if that one went out or... Okay. Maybe the prophet came back and didn't like what I was saying or something. I don't know.
Here, let's put it right there.
We'll try it right there. Okay. How about that?
There we go.
Okay. I think we got it now. There we go. All right. So they began to separate themselves from the rest of the nation. And initially he had 30 or 40 followers. That grew to 60. That grew to 100. The rest of the nation was led by the speaker, who was the big warrior. You had the speaker of the upper creeks, the big warrior. You had the speaker of the lower creeks, who was the little prince. Initially, the big warrior didn't pay much attention to the prophet and the red sticks. He didn't think they were much of a threat. But in this situation where you had this small cluster of people living at holy ground who had given up wealth, who had given up their livestock, who had given up everything they had and returned to their traditional ways, you had this young woman coming of age named Millie Francis. She was then about 9 years old, and she listened to these fiery sermons that her father would give that would last for hours and hours into the night. They would do the dances in the square ground. They would talk about his lessons, his conversations that he had with the Master of Breath. He would say that he could commune with the water spirits, that he could walk into the Alabama River and stay there for days and then come back out and would say what he had learned from the water spirits. And of course, others would say, oh, that's not possible, he's not doing that. But who was to say? He would go in the river and not come back out for days. And people would come to witness this and to hear what he had to say. And he obviously must have been a very powerful speaker. And so he began to ignite a revival among the Creeks. And his group of followers slowly grew. And this was the childhood of Millie Francis and her sisters and her little brother. And this was who she saw. And she saw these warriors come who were prepared to give up everything they had in life and follow the teachings of the prophet. Powerful people came there. Peter McQueen came. The Otasi king came. The Tallahassee king came. William Weatherford came. Now, you have to remember that many of these people were connected by family. And family, as you know, in the Creeks and among the Creeks was a powerful draw. The prophet Francis's wife was a granddaughter of Alexander McGillivray. She was the sister of the wife of William Weatherford. She was the sister of the wife of Samuel Amoniak. She was sister of the wife of Peter McQueen. And when you began to add all of these strong connections together, you realize that the prophet Francis had very powerful family connections, and particularly his wife did. And because it was a matrilineal society where the women and power flowed through the veins of the women, you had very strong connections and very strong family ties that were drawing people into the Red Stick movement. You also had a powerful dislike of Benjamin Hawkins, who was the U.S. agent for Indian Affairs, because he was pressing the people of the Muskogee, of the Creek Nation, to give up all things that made them Indians. He wanted them to assimilate into the white culture. And he was teaching the thing that would take away their existence as being Indian. And if you look at your own history as Porch Creek, you have now to go back and rebuild your heritage because of people like Hawkins, who taught that you should give up everything that your ancestors were trying to pass down to you. And the prophet was teaching against that. Well, an incident happened when some of the prophet's followers were returning from the Great Lakes from a visit to the Shawnee. Someone told them that war had broken out between the Creeks and the whites. They attacked a group of settlers in Tennessee. War had actually not started, and Hawkins demanded retaliation without trial. The big warrior ordered out execution squads. Followers of the prophet were executed. The prophet ordered retaliation against those who executed his people, and things, as things will do, got out of hand. Suddenly, a civil war erupted among the Creek people between the followers of the prophet and the followers of the big warrior. Suddenly, the big warrior found that the prophet's following had gotten bigger than his own following. By this point, it's estimated that the Red Stick movement had grown to include somewhere around 2,500 to 3,000 warriors, whereas the big warrior's following was probably somewhere around 1,500 to 2,000 warriors. The prophet responded to this by laying siege to the big warrior's primary town, driving the big warrior back all the way to the Chattahoochee River. Millie saw all of this. She saw her father at the height of his power. She saw She was there the day that Peter McQueen left with his group to go to Pensacola to get more ammunition. She was there when he returned with the news that they had been attacked at Burnt Corn Creek and that members of their party had been killed. And she was there when they all stepped out with nearly 1,000 warriors to go to Fort Mims. She may have even been among the women and children who followed the warriors when they went out that day. And she would have certainly been there when the news came back of the victory at Fort Mims, and she would have seen the prisoners that were brought in after the capture of Fort Mims and would have heard the news that many of their own friends and relatives had been slain at Fort Mims in that devastating attack. There's an interesting document that I found while researching the book Millie Francis, and I will send you a copy of it. It is from Benjamin Hawkins, and it's addressed to a group of the Creeks who had written him wanting to know what to do to stay out of this war. They didn't want to be on either side. And he advised them to move down as close to the Tensaw settlements as you can get and settle there until we send you further word of what to do. And I believe that many of those people you will find to be your ancestors. And I believe that was the advice of the U.S. agent telling the ancestors of the Porch Creek to move down to where you are and stay there and be safe and stay out of the conflict. Millie was at her village on December 24th, 1813, when General Claiborne's troops arrived and attacked the Holy Ground. She fled across the Alabama River as U.S. soldiers burned their homes to the ground and killed anyone who remained in the town. From there, they went to the Hickory Ground, which was the great holy ground of the Creeks. And she knew about Jackson's army invading from the north, and she knew about Floyd's army invading from the east. She knew all of these things were happening, that the white armies were invading the Creek lands. She knew of the slaughters that were taking place on the battlefields of the war. She knew hunger as their food crops, their fields were being destroyed and their food stocks were being destroyed. She knew that friends were dying on battlefields all over the Creek Nation. She also knew the hope that took place as Jackson's army was defeated at Inittachopko and at Imukfa. She knew that Floyd's army had been turned back at Calabi Creek and at the other battlefields. But then there was the great devastating battle at Little Bitty Fixpo, or at Horseshoe Bend. And when the defeat happened at Horseshoe Bend and the news came that 800 of the finest Red Stick warriors had been killed, the prophet knew that they were defeated and that they couldn't stand. Weatherford refused to fight longer. And the prophet and McQueen and Holmes and some of the others decided they had to make for Spanish Florida. And so Millie, as a young girl, and her family headed for the swamps of the Conecuh River. And they went south starving. There's a remarkable account that was written about beyond me. I suspect he was going out to take a hop and skip and go back home, but he did, and is immediately captured by two of the Prophet Francis's warriors. And they take him back to Francistown on the Wakulla River. And when he got to Francistown, they strip him naked and they tie him to a pole. Now, the Red Sticks had a very inventive way of taking care of white prisoners when they captured them. They took over in Tuig, we have something called fat lighter. Do you have that over here? Okay. Fat lighter, if you put a match to it, it burns pretty good, right? All right. They would take splinters of fat lighter and they would drive them all over your body, and then they would set one of them on fire and see what happened. And if you were a brave person, you would not cry out until you were dead. And if you weren't brave, you would cry out plenty. And that's what they planned to do to this young man, according to one of the stories. Anyway, Millie was down by the Wakulla River, which is this beautiful, clear water, spring-fed river, when she heard the sound of the Red Stick war cry. So she and her sister ran up into the village to see what was going on. And when they got up there, they saw this young white man tied to a pole in the center of the village. And she ran to her father, the prophet, to see what was happening. And her father said they captured him and they're going to execute him. One lost his mother in the Creek War, and the other one lost his sister. And he must pay for their lives so that their spirits can rest in peace. The Creeks in that day had a very, almost like the Scott-Irish who lived up in the mountains and the Hatfields and McCoys, had a very eye for an eye culture. And she said, don't let them kill him. He has no head for war, which in their terminology of that time meant he's too young to make his own decisions. He's following someone else's orders. And her father truthfully told her, it's not my choice. His life is in the hands of those who captured him. You can go and plead your case with them. And so Millie went to those warriors and said, don't do this. He's too young. He has no head for war. And they said, the white man killed my mother, and the white soldiers killed my sister. He has to die. And she pleaded with them, and she began to cry. And as any guy can tell you who's, over the age of 21, when a young girl begins to cry, that's it, you pretty much, they've won the war. And they're like, wait, anything, don't cry, And so they told her if he will agree to shave his head and give up his life and join our band, our Tawa, and if he will agree to live as we live, and as one of us, then we will spare his life. And so she told him that, and Millie could speak 5 languages. I'm lucky if I can speak English on a good day. And so Millie told him, they said, if you will agree to adapt our culture, give up the ways of the whites, and if you will agree to shave your hair off, they will spare your life. And she later said, he stuck his head out and said, shave it all off, I don't care. Then they shaved his head and they cut him loose. And but the prophet was very concerned because there were many people in his village who had lost people in the Creek War and in the Seminole War thus far. So he took the young man down to Fort St. Mark's at St. Mark's, Florida, which is just below Tallahassee, which was a Spanish fort. And he traded him to the Spanish for a keg of rum. The prophet by this point had given up his restrictions on drinking liquor. If I had lived his life by then, I'd have given up my restrictions on drinking liquor as well. And it's interesting, in the records of the Spanish fort, there is a notation of 1 keg of rum traded to Indians, and it says for ransom, is all it says. So there is a record to verify, that traditional story that's handed down in their family. And they ransomed this young man whose name was Duncan McCrimmon. Well, within a week, Jackson's army arrives. They capture the prophet. They actually captured the prophet. They arrived off the coast in a ship flying the British flag. And he thought that the British had arrived with military supplies for them. He paddled out to the ship in a canoe. And when he got out there, they found out that it was an American ship flying the British flag. They took him prisoner, put him in irons, brought him ashore, And without trial, Jackson said, hang him. And they hanged him, and that is the point where my ancestor stepped into the picture and saw what happened. Millie and her family once again lost their home. This is the fourth or the fifth time that she's lost her home, and by this point she's only 15 years old. They told her that to go back to Fort Gadsden, which is on the Apalachicola River. They walked back to Fort Gadsden, and she gets back to Fort Gadsden. Now, by the time she gets back there, this story of her saving this young soldier's life is appearing in the newspapers across the United States. And I know you would not believe that sometimes a story might appear in the media that is not true. It would never happen today, but it happened in 1818. And what happened in 1818 was this story began to appear, and it began to appear under the headlines, A New Pocahontas. And it told the story of Millie Francis. And the newspapers, people were eating this up, and people wanted more and more about it. And the editors didn't have anything more to put in about it, so they began to make up things and add to it. And what they added to it was this great story that Duncan McCrimmon, who by then was already back home in Georgia, was going to go back and propose marriage to her in order to express his gratitude to Millie for saving his life. The only problem with this was that he had a fiancée back home in Milledgeville who really was not expecting to read this in the paper. And so what today we call a feeding frenzy got underway. And the papers printed it more and more and more, and people began to send him money and wedding presents to take to Millie Francis. And the pressure got on. And you've all seen how the media gets today when something happens. Well, it was the same thing back then. And so the pressure got on, and sure enough, Duncan McCrimmon gets on a boat, and he goes downriver all the way back to Fort Gadsden, deep in the wilderness, to propose marriage to Millie Francis. And the Army officers are writing letters to the papers up north as he goes, saying, Duncan McCrimmon passed here today on his way down to marry Millie Francis. So the papers can do the updates as it goes. He gets back down to the fort, and Colonel Arbuckle is in command at the fort. He sends a letter out that says, McCrimmon has arrived. I'm going to introduce him to Millie tomorrow. She is here, and the big day will be tomorrow. And he sends the letter out. So everyone up north, 2 weeks later, has got their paper, and they're waiting for the next paper to come out to see the big news on the marriage of Millie Francis and Duncan McCrimmon. The next paper comes out, and America is stunned by what they read. Millie Francis tells Duncan McCrimmon no. Now, Millie is a refugee with nothing. And she basically tells him, are you crazy? She says, you people hanged my father. You've burned my house. You've done all these things to us. No, I will not marry you. But then she says something that shocks America to the core. She says, I did what I did out of mercy, and I would do it for anyone else so circumstanced. And the reason this shocks America is that the white people of America did not think that Indians in that time were capable of a human emotion such as mercy. They thought that Native Americans were basically subhuman. They were wild creatures of the forest. They were not capable of such civilized feelings as love and mercy and kindness. They thought that they just weren't elevated to that status of enlightenment yet. And it sparks a national debate. And it's really interesting what happens next. The newspapers begin arguing amongst themselves over how could this be. And some of them developed the philosophy that, well, she clearly has to be a white girl who was captured when she was very little and grew up among the Indians and doesn't remember the fact that she was a white girl who was captured. And that's the way some of them explained it. But others explained, well, maybe there's more to who the Indian people are than we realize. And at that point begins the recognition that the American Indians are real people. And that process began with Millie Francis all the way back in 1818. That was when the Civil Rights Movement began for the Native American people, that continues to this day. And that's when it began, when people began to realize that there are more to who we all are as a people than perhaps other people realize about us. And that, and it took a long time for it to sink in everywhere, a long time. Millie went back to Tallahassee, Alabama. She lived in Tallahassee until 1836, which is when the Creek War of 1836 took place. She married a Creek warrior. In 1836, he volunteered for the Creek Brigade that was sent to fight the Seminoles for the United States. While the Creek warriors were away, the militia troops came in and rounded up all the women and children, put them into concentration camps, and marched them west to Oklahoma on the Trail of Tears. Millie and her children went west on the Trail of Tears. They got to Arkansas. Their shoes had worn out. The Army told them they had not been authorized to issue them more shoes. When they got to Little Rock, it began to rain. The rain turned into sleet. Sleet turned into snow. The river was shallow. They reached a point below Fort Smith where the boats couldn't go any further, and they walked the rest of the way to Fort Gibson, Oklahoma, through ice and snow with no shoes. When they got to Fort Gibson, they took them from there 50 miles out into the prairie, and they gave each family one blanket because they were enumerated by head of household. And the treaty had promised each head of a household a blanket, and that's what they gave them. And said, good luck to you, and left them there. And Millie settled in what is now Muskogee, Oklahoma. She actually settled on the grounds of what is Bacone College, which for many years, and still is, a predominantly Native American college in Muskogee. And built a little log cabin there. And many years later, Colonel Ethan Allen Hitchcock was there, and a guy running a trading post said, hey, do you remember that Millie Francis story, the Pocahontas story? And he goes, yeah, I remember that. And he said, well, you know, she lives right over the hill. And he said, really, I'd like to meet her. And he goes, I can arrange that. So he arranged for the colonel to meet her. He was a major at that time. And he met her. She told him the story in her own words of what had happened with Duncan McCrimmon, what had happened in her life since then, that most of her children had died from the hardships they had suffered, that some of her family was back in the East still, that some were in Oklahoma, that her one of her sons was in school, that she was very, very poor, that she had converted to Christianity, which I find very interesting considering that she was the daughter of the Red Stick Prophet, and that she was a member of the Baptist Church, that she was in bad health and was living in a dirt floor log cabin, you know, in very, very deplorable conditions. And Hitchcock felt very bad for her. And in those days, the government and the Army were very small. So just an officer in the field could write to the Secretary of War, which is today's Secretary of Defense. So he wrote a letter to the Secretary of War and said, look, this lady saved the life of an American serviceman, and we should do something for her. And so the Secretary of War said, well, we need to write to Congress. So he sent a letter over to Congress and said, we need to do something for her. And I know you wouldn't believe that Congress moves slowly. Never happened today. But they introduced a bill in Congress, and they called it for the Creek woman Millie, and it was to designate a special Medal of Honor and a pension for her. And it's just a few dollars a month, but to strike a medal in her honor. And today there are different types of congressional medals. We all know the Congressional Medal of Honor, but in the early days of the country, they also had like a Congressional Gold Medal and a Congressional Silver Medal and other things like that. As best I can find, Millie Francis was the first person that they introduced, first woman and the first Native American that Congress itself authorized the striking of a medal to honor. First year, the bill didn't get passed. It died before they could get around to it. I know you wouldn't believe that would happen today, but it happened back then. Second year, it made it through. The president signed it, and they did strike the medal. The medal is in the hands of her family out in Oklahoma. I did have a chance to see it and hold it, which was a very meaningful experience for me. Her family has it in a little box along with her Bible and some of her other possessions. And they sent the news out west. It took it about a month to get there, and it got to the agent on the reservation out there. He went and took it to her to tell her, and when he got there, she was dying of tuberculosis. And but he told her that they were doing this, and he said that she expressed her gratitude and that she died the next day before she ever saw a penny of the money. The Congress, being very frugal, said, well, make sure to let us know exactly what day she died, so we don't give the family any more than they're entitled to. And they sent whatever percentage of the month that her family was entitled to her children. And they received the money, and they sent the medal out to the family, which the family still holds. Millie Francis does live on in another way today. If you look at the state flag of Florida, there's a woman on there sprinkling flowers on the shore as there's a ship off the coast. And tradition says that woman is Millie Francis, because there was, at the time that flag was designed, Millie Francis was in the news a great deal. And no one can find a record to prove that. But I did go back and look and find that at the time, it is true that at the time that flag was designed, there was a great number of occurrences of Millie Francis in the news in the state of Florida. And her story was appearing in the Tallahassee paper often. So I think there probably is at least a reasonable probability that that's who that represents. And Millie can tell us a great deal about the passage of time if you look at the state flag of Florida, because her dress rises and falls with the styles. In the 60s, she wore a miniskirt, and today her dress is back long again. And Millie Francis stands to me as the original Native American civil rights leader. And I find it interesting that her father, the prophet, wanted to preserve the Creek people by fighting for them, by taking up the Red Stick, the war club, and by preserving Creek culture that way. But that in reality, it was his daughter who did so much to preserve not just the Muskogee, but all Native American people by holding up the white feather of peace, because she introduced to the culture of the United States, the thought process that Native Americans were human beings. And by doing that, she changed, eventually, by doing that, planted a seed that led eventually to where we all are today and put us on the road to where we are all going. So thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here today I believe this is your first historical conference, and I hope to be here in the future for others. So thank you very much.
Mado, thank you so much. This is our first historical conference with Mr. Dale Cox, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Tullis. We do have an annual history conference that we bring, but we're delighted to have you here. Thank you for that fabulous story. Did you learn some things you didn't know about our ancestors? Yeah, I did too. A lot. Wonderful. Thank you so much. As you see, our wonderful youth are serving delicious food for us. We're now going to have our invocation by a former matriarch of this tribe, son. You know, Miss Roberta McGee Sales served a long time, and Mr. Tullis talked about that today on our tribal council. Her son is going to give an invocation today, Mr. Tony Sales.
Good morning, everyone. I'm kind of a little bit on the hoarse side, a bit kind of sick, but I figured I could still do it, you know what I mean? It's good to be here this morning. You know, as I look back as a little boy, walking these roads around here, went up the woods and not too many houses, I think about now how it is and the blessings that we got. You know, I can remember back this time of the year, it was get pretty hard for us because we was facing Thanksgiving and we was facing Christmas. Didn't really have no financial to get no kind of presents because we didn't have the money. It was bad back then. And then I think about how much our tribe has got today. You don't have to worry about too much about financially. We blessed. God has blessed us so much that we can't describe how much He's done for us. It wasn't nobody, it wasn't man, it was God that done it. God has really blessed this tribe. When you can wake up and go to bed at night and not got to worry about bills or paying this and paying that, we know that we got it. We know that it's been financially given to us, and we thank God for it. You know, and I think about the older people that really started this back a long time ago. My mother, Calvin, all of them that really was involved in this. I wish they could see today how this tribe has really come up. But it all goes back to prayer. God answers prayer. I know there was a many prayer that went up for this tribe. And I know God has answered our prayers today. That we got financially we in good shape, really. We don't have to worry too much about financially, and all what God has blessed us with. And I can remember when it first opened up with the Thanksgiving. I can remember Mama cooking chicken in a wash pot, big old wash pot. To sell, you know, to make money to go and different places, you know, Calvin them. But that was a long time ago. And God has blessed us so much to come up to where we are today. And He's going to continue to bless us. You know, there's a lot going on right now that God has blessed us so much. Whew. It's hard to say what He's done for us. Everything is just blooming. How God has done it. And we owe it all to him. We owe all to God, that God made the way for us. And, I know I'm getting up in age pretty good, and I can remember back in days. A lot of young generations now, they can't remember because they never went through it. The young generation never went through no trials and troubles like we did back then. There was no financial money. There was no money. You couldn't go buy what you really wanted. You couldn't go do this, that. You couldn't have no money. And God has blessed us. In this tribe, I thank the counselors for it. And we thank, we just blessed, that's all. It's just blessed. God has blessed us so much. How he brought us where we are today. Just think about where we was back then, where we are today. God has blessed us. And I'm so thankful this day that to be a part of his tribe. That God has really looked down upon us. It ain't only because of man, it's because of prayer. Praying for this tribe. And God answers prayers. We have to wait on his timetable. When God, he'll answer your prayer, but you got to wait for him. And like I said, there was a many of them that's gone on. I would love to see. Let them look back and see where this tribe was back then and where it is today. How we blessed. And I thank everybody for it. And I'd like to say a prayer. I think we all done it, but I was blessed to few anyhow. Let's all stand. I know we've been sitting down, and let's all stand. And we just want to lift God up this morning for what he's done for us. And just praise him, because if it weren't for him, we wouldn't be here today. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have what we have. A lot of people say, well, it was the council. No, it was God that done it. And let's all remember that. Let's remember as we go from day to day, it was God that done it, not man, but God. And let's thank him for it. Heavenly Father, we thank you and we praise you for another day, God, that you give us. Lord, we thank you for all the many blessings that you pour down on us, Lord. We thank you, Lord, that we're able to get up this morning, Lord, and put our shoes on. You made it possible for us, dear Jesus. And God, we thank you for everything, dear Jesus. We ask you continue to be with our counselors, Lord, as they make the decisions, that they'll put you ahead of it, the head of the decisions that they make, Lord. And long as they put you ahead of it, everything's going to turn out good, Lord. And let us all remember that you're worthy to be praised, and we want to praise you for everything, Lord. And Lord, as we partake of this food this morning, Lord, for the nourishment of our bodies, Lord, do your work in your kingdom, Lord. We thank you, and we praise you for it this morning, dear Jesus. In your wonderful, great name we pray. Amen. Again, I'd just like to thank all the old people that's here today that had a part in where we at today, to where we come from and where we at today. I'd like to thank Dr. Deidre Dees for putting on these events like she does, to everybody that can come together and fellowship together with one another and learn to know one another and learn to know one another's problem. And I just like to thank her and her staff for that.
Thank you, Brother Tony. Wasn't that a wonderful prayer? So continue to enjoy your meal and dessert and enjoy the slideshow and fellowship. We'll have in a few moments, we're going to have our youth doing some readings from the federal recognition petition. And we're also going to hear some recordings from Hugh Roselle, an attorney that worked for the tribe and interviewed many of the elders that Mr. Tullis talked about today, including Mr. Tony Sales' mother, Roberta McGee Sales. So again, enjoy this time of fellowship, food, and also enjoy the thankfulness and the gratefulness that comes to us. And I appreciate our speakers reminding us of this today.
have a good, then I don't have to go back to the phone if I get it. I'll get that one. Good.
Wasn't that a great walk down history? Okay, all right, no feedback now. So now we are going to have our young people. You know, haven't they done a wonderful job today? Let's give them a hand. Miss Connie Cruz, I wonder if you would come forward and introduce the readers, if you would. And we're going to hear from them to read excerpts from our federal recognition petition. And we have heard a lot about that today, both from Hugh Roselle's interviews, as well as from Mr. Tullis when he spoke earlier today. And we're going to hear the actual verbiage, what was written in that federal recognition petition findings that enabled this tribe to gain re-recognition in 1984. Our young people, we provided some transcripts from the recognition petition, and we asked them to volunteer to do some reading. So, you know, I think that we have, come on up. We have some brave young people. You know, when I was the age of some of these young people, I don't know if I'd want to stand up in front of a crowd and talk into a microphone. But they have volunteered to do this, to share with you some of the history of the tribe. You can come on up and talk into this microphone right here, Miss Cruz, if you'll introduce them. So this is Miss Connie Cruz and the youth that'll be doing some readings. Let's give them a hand.
There we go. Good afternoon. My name is Connie Cruz, and I'm actually the Torch Club advisor for the Boys and Girls Club. And today we have several members from not only our Torch Club, but also our Keystone Club and the tribal youth leadership as well. And our first reader is going to be Miss Isabella Cruz, and then we also have Miss Peyton Stevens, Meredith McGee, and Cole Kirsten. Caleb, I'm sorry. Caleb Kirsten. Cole's the other one in the back.
You can talk into that one and then y'all can fix that. United States Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Washington, D.C., December 29th, 1983. To Assistant Secretary, Assistant Indian Affairs, From Deputy Assistant Secretary, Indian Affairs Operations. Subject, recommendation and summary of evidence proposed finding for federal acknowledgement of the Porch Band of Creeks of Alabama pursuant to 25 CFR 83. Recommendation. We are recommended that the Porch Band of Creeks to be acknowledged as an Indian tribe with the government-to-government relationship with the United States and to be entitled to the game of privileges and immunities available to other federally recognized tribes by the virtue of their status as Indian tribes. General conclusions. The complementary Porch Band of Creek Indians is a successor of the Creek Nation of Alabama prior to its removal to Indian Territory. The Creek Nation has a documented history back to 1540. Ancestors of Porch Band of Creeks began to autonomous town of half-bloods in the late 1700s. With a continued political connection to the Creek Nation, the Porch Band remained in Alabama after the Creek removal of the 1830s, and shifted within a small geographic area and it is settled permanently near present-day Atmore, Alabama. The band has existed as a distinct political unit since before the Creek War of 1813 through 1814. It was governed by a succession of military leaders and prominent men. In the 19th century, from the late 1800s through 1950, leadership was clear but informal. A formal leader was elected in 1950.
Identification of the Creek Nations or Confederacy, which included the Aboriginal inhabitants of the American Southeast, is well established. Federal, state, and county records clearly identify a group of half-blood and mixed-blood Creeks are having lived in the same general vicinity in southwestern Alabama within an 18-mile radius for a time period beginning in the late 17,000s to present. Benjamin Hawkins, United States agent in the Creek Nation from 1795 to 1826, refers to the community of half-bloods in Tensaw, a small settlement in the Alabama River 15 miles north of present Mobile, as an autonomous town within the Creek Nation, and has personally familiar with several half-bloods there with whom he had working relations. Evidence of identification of the community that developed inland of the Alabama River in what is now Escambia County, in the group of settlements and core families that developed from it into the current Porch Band of Creeks, resist immediately on the consistent distinction of this group from other persons resident in their area. The 1860 census indicates the identification of a group of Indians.
Identification of the Creek Nation or Confederacy is well established. Records from about 1800 clearly identify the community of half-bloods resident in the Alabama Tensaw area as an Indian community within the Creek Nation, and which continued after the removal to Indian Territory of the main body of the Creek Nation in the 1830s. Evidence of identification of the community that developed inland in what is now Escambia County and the group of settlements and core families that developed into the current Porch Creek Band rests initially on the consistent distinction of this group from other persons resident in their area. Families in these settlements were consistently distinguished on the censuses from 1860 onward, usually identified as Indian, indicating that a distinct body of individuals existed there, which was identified as Indian by the local residents. The term half-bloods refers to a class of people which developed within the Creek Nation in the 18th and 19th centuries who were widely acquainted with and influenced by white culture. Unlike other elements in the nation, they aggressively sought non-traditional economic means, ergo developing plantations. This class was increasingly influential within the nation during the later 19th century and included such famous historical figures as Alexander McGillivray and William McIntosh. The half-bloods were descendants of marriages between Creeks and whites resident within the nation. These whites, termed Indian countrymen, were usually traders resident in the Creek towns. The half-bloods were by no means highly assimilated to white culture, nor automatically on the side of the whites. Many sided with the elements most hostile to the advance of the whites into Creek territory, and some were even prophets in the traditionalist movement, which led to the desperate Red Stick Rebellion of 1814. U.S. Indian agent Benjamin Hawkins, writing of such people in the town from which Sam Moniac and other ancestors of Porch Creeks came, remarked that they had lost their language, i.e. English, speak Creek, and have adopted the customs and manners of the Creeks. Grant, 1980. Hawkins further reported that they practiced polygamy and that the Creek custom of matrilineal inheritance held among them. Thus, when Alexander McGilvery died, his children did not inherit, but following the rules of matrilineal inheritance, his property went to his relatives on his mother's side.
While a few community members were moved from the Indian Territory during the Creek removal of the 1830s, most remained in the Tensas area, which had been part of the states of Alabama since 1819. Baldwin and Monroe counties were formed in the area. A trickle of community members immigrated voluntarily to Indian Territory over the balance of the century, and some contact with relatives in Indian Territory were maintained by others. Concerning efforts to gain compensation for damage suffered during the war, the gang cleared land after the F.T. Jackson Treaty provided evidence of a number of communal efforts to influence while institutions to provide relief. Besides efforts directed at the federal government in the decade after the F.T. Jackson Treaty, the community petitioned the Alabama General Assembly in 1832. The memorialized Congress that resignation for property losses suffered as a result of siding with the U.S. In 1814, signers included the Lynn McGee, Seminole, William Hollinger, Lakin Durant, George Stingens, John Weatherford, David Manack, and 8 others. The area of which these families settled was one of the heavy forests with almost no previous settlers. The reason for the move are unclear, although the families that moved were much poorer than the relatives near the river, and they may have been unable to obtain land there. Lynn McGee and perhaps others may have been familiar with the area through stock raising or hunting. McGee was as such as a stockman as farmer and settlements, and was a major economic activity in the river area throughout the 19th century. An open range existed in Porch area as late as 1920s. Livestock was as important as source of revenue as farming before 1880. Jones 1881, and hunting in the extensive forest was an important source of support until the 1890s.
Thank you so much. Wasn't that a great job? Wow, thank you. Let's give them another hand. Thank you so much. Y'all did a wonderful job. Thank you for sharing the history from our federal recognition petition. Like I said, that might be the first time some of you have heard the actual words, right? It's not every day we go and read that document that's about that thick over in the museum. It's not often that we read it. Many, many pages and many, many years of labor. So thank you so much for reading those wonderful words that brought federal recognition to this tribe in 1984. Wonderful job. So we are now going to hear from our next speaker. We are delighted that we are learning so much about history today. So I'd like to ask Ms. Carolyn White if she will please come to the podium, and she will be introducing our next speaker.
Again, I am privileged to introduce another one of our speakers. As I stated earlier, my personal and professional connection with the two speakers on our agenda today is through Rhonda Kimbrough with the U.S. Forest Service in Tallahassee, Florida. When Rhonda and I met in September 2017, we began talking about history. And she said, well, again, have you met Mr. Willard Steele? I said, no, I have not met Mr. Willard Steele. She said, well, he was the THPO for the Seminole tribe. You should. Well, I think by that time, Miss Willard had already retired from the Seminole tribe. But again, when I went back in September 2018, she made arrangement for me to meet with Dale Cox and Willard as we had the consultation, tribal consultation there in Tallahassee, and that was a wonderful meeting. which again led to having Willard here with us today. Willard is going to give us an overview of early Creek history and immigration. Mr. Willard Steele was the operations manager at History Miami from 1984 to 1990. He also worked as a contractor for the Archaeological and Historical Conservation. Yes, okay. From 1982 to 2012, his work centered around many of the most significant battle sites and villages associated with the history of the Seminole tribe of Florida. In 2002, he was hired by the Seminole tribe as the tribal archivist and was appointed the tribal historic preservation officer shortly afterwards. He held this position for 10 years. From 2015 until 2018, he worked on the application for the Negro Fort to the Network to Freedom. So I proudly introduce to you Mr. Willard Steele, who's called also, I think mostly Bill, right? Okay.
Oh, hi, guys. I think they say something in vaudeville about not following children acts, but at any rate. Well, it's nice to be here. I used to be on the USET committee with Robert Thrower for about 10 years, and he was really one of my better friends, great guy. And I wanted to get up here. The only time I've been up here was for his funeral, so I guess now it's a happier day. So anyway, the photograph that I'm showing up here was taken around 1910. At that time, it's down in the Everglades. At that time, the people who are called Miccosukes and the Creeks and the Seminoles down there were still doing a lot of the things the same way they had done traditionally for a long time. So, can you hear me? Am I too far away from this? Okay. Okay. And so I'm going to use a few of the photographs from there. This, by the way, actually is a veteran of the Indian Wars. It's Tiger Tail's wife, widow. Okay. There's another picture of Tiger Tail's widow. If you notice, it's a fairly traditional outfit she has on there. The people that became known as the Creeks, first of all, there are a lot of different groups of people, and you probably know that. I hope that a lot of the things I tell you today aren't so redundant that you wonder why I'm telling you, but anyway, the Upper Creeks would have lived over here on the Alabama and its upper reaches, the Lower Creeks on the Apalachicola and its upper reaches. When we were working when I was working for the Seminole tribe, we were trying to figure out where did the Creek Nation extend to. And it's interesting because, well, the hunters from the Chattahoochee went east and north on the boundaries of the Cherokee and Georgia. The lower towns hunted in Florida. The Upper Creek, Tallapoosa, and Abeka ranged from Alabama up even over the Tennessee River. The Alabama hunted down towards the Choctaw and the Tombigbee, and the Alachua of Florida went all the way down to the Florida Point. So when the federal government asked us what was our area of concern, if they're out there with a bulldozer or trying to destroy things, our area of concern really was your area of concern, which is that the Creek people had hunter camps, settlements, and cultural areas pretty much over the whole southeast. The hunters, as they went, they fished with spears. They also fished with a bow and arrow. In South Florida, we were finding these copper points or brass points that looked like, a lot of people thought they were tinklers because they looked like the things you dance with, but they're actually arrow points for fishing. And sites that I was working on one time, more modern sites, I was finding all of these 38 shell cartridges that had been crimped, but they'd all been crimped. And I couldn't figure out who was sitting around crimping empty cartridges. Well, I found out later that the Creeks were actually putting those on the end of arrows, and they used them for bird points. Anyway, if you actually think about how long that guy's arrow is, that's a fairly interesting photograph. Another interesting photograph. Apparently, the Creeks and the people that preceded them actually wore the hides and would sneak up on the deer. Here we have a photograph again from about 1906 or so that actually shows them treating the deerskin hides, which became a major part of their economy. And this is actually a packing house. I think everybody knows what's going on here. It's time for Kunti. Nah, we're going to get some softy going here. And interestingly enough, apparently they used a lot of cane, although honey was certainly the thing that was used around here more. And one of the reasons why I put this up here is because at first glance, almost everybody thinks, well, that couldn't have happened. But interestingly enough, first of all, we had an alligator that was about 12 foot long down on the reservation. And if you think about the size of those men and the size of the gator, it's not more than 12 or 14 feet long probably. And it does look like there's 6 guys with a telephone pole attacking an alligator. But in reality, if you look in the back, like here, you notice that what they did was they got the alligator, they poked it enough where they actually got it to open its mouth, they shoved the pole in its mouth, and once it clamped down on it, they turned it over. You see how it's over? They turned it over, and it passed out. And that actually works. If you want to hunt alligators with a stick, apparently you can do it. Now, interestingly enough, this form of hunting eventually became part of what was left of it became part of the tourist industry certainly in South Florida, where they knew if they get an alligator to go upside down, they could practically do a tap dance on it, you know, and the public would go, oh wow, look what he's doing with that alligator. Well, the alligator's out cold. Now, generally speaking, we think of the Creek country as being here, which is the Alabama River and the Apalachicola. But in the 1680s, excuse me, here I'm getting behind myself here. In the 1680s, many of them had moved over to be near the English. When the English arrived in Carolina in 1670, they had made alliances with the local native groups to enslave their neighbors. We often think of African Americans as being the slaves of early American history. But when Carolina was established, by 1715, the Carolina colony had exported 30 to 50,000 Native American slaves. They were actually exporting more Native American slaves than they were importing African slaves. It was the main source of income for the Carolinas. Remnants of the enslaved tribes were gathered at a place called Savannah. Oh, back one. Which is right here. Savannah town is where Augusta, Georgia is now. And Savannah town was surrounded by many creek towns, which we see, oh, there we are. All these blue towns are creek towns and their allies, like the Yamassees and the Apalachicola. And they were all gathered around the slaving activity that was going on there. If you were the Westo and you were defeated by the Yamassee, who sold you into slavery with the Carolinians, eventually they used them as pack animals, sometimes carrying heavy loads for as far as 700 miles, because the English didn't bring horses in originally. They used the Indians. Anyway, between 1702 and 1709, the English had sent armies of their allies, the Yamasee and the Creeks, to raid Spanish missions in Florida. Those mission Indians that weren't killed were brought back as slaves. But when Florida became exhausted of people, the British turned on their enemies. This included the Yamasee. In 1711, the governor of Louisiana reported that the majority of the southeastern Indians had come to despise the English because they were enslaving people that they weren't at war with, which included the Creek and the Yamasee. The Lower Creek leader, Malachi, said, "We lived as brothers for some time till the traders began to use us very ill and wanted to enslave us, which occasioned war." So the Creeks and the Yamasee went to war against the English in 1715. Now, a lot of people think of the Yamasee War as being the Yamasee War, but the Creeks were heavily involved. They also think of it as a war, history books seem to show it as a war that the Indians lost. But they actually chased the Carolinians to the coast. They burnt many of their plantations, and one estimate is that they killed 10% of the population. If I killed 10% of the population of Florida, went back to Georgia, and nobody came after me, I wouldn't say I lost. And what happened was the war effectively ended the Carolinian Indian slave trade, and when it was over, the Yamasee either went to St. Augustine, and their allies either went to St. Augustine, or some of them ended up coming back over to here. And this is called the Point. Now, I point out the Point towns because this is a very strange place. These towns included people that lived or at or near the Savannah town. They included the Chiaha, who were Creek, the Asoshi, who were Timucuan Indians from the Spanish missions, the Yuki. I take it you're Iroquois? Yeah. There you go. Spoken like a true historian. The Savannah, who were Shawnee, and the Okmulgee, another Creek band. Now, the interesting thing, and there was also a black town that formed there. Now, by 1790s, the blacks had actually built a fort there, which is sort of interesting. That means that next to Chiaha, there would have been a black fort. All these people they were speaking at least 5 different languages if you don't include English, French, and Spanish, And it's interesting because I used to work with a lot of guys from West Africa, and all of them spoke like 5 languages. And you see this going on here. Anyway. A group that became known as the Black Seminoles have been living next to the Chiaha, and actually many things happened over the next 100 years that brought more and more people into the Seminole and Creek communities that became known as Black Seminoles. Dale found this from the National Archives, I believe. And if you look at it, it shows the Ochese town, and there's a Negro settlement. Well, here we actually have Billy not Billy Bowlegs. Some people call it that. It's actually Bowlegs. He was the nephew, he was the brother of Payne, who was the nephew of Cowkeeper. Right, okay. Anyway, now the interesting thing about this is that every modern map, modern being the 19th century, which shows you what I consider modern. Anyway, every map that shows this area refers to it as Bowlegs Town. What's interesting is that if you think about it, the black town is about 4 or 5 times bigger than the Creek town, the Seminole town. And that's because the black towns disappear into history because nobody bothered to name them. It's like you saw in the other thing, it said Negro settlement, and then there was Tawassa, Cheesy, all these different things, Tomotley. But, so these guys, anyway, so the people that became the Black Seminoles were probably actually Hausa and West Africans. They spoke, at this point they were speaking what was called Gullah, and they're still down in Mexico today speaking an 18th century form of Gullah, which is sort of interesting, but we'll get to that. Let's see. The interesting, the alliance between the blacks and the Creeks in those early days The Creeks have made an agreement, and it goes back and forth. Some people like McGillivray actually ran plantations, whereas other Creeks were against it, like the Lower Creeks. And interestingly enough, a lot of the Creeks appear to have been against slavery at the time. Of course, after you've been a slave, you probably are. But this alliance is apparent in the records. In 1717, the English made a treaty with the Creeks to return all the escaped slaves in Creek country, but instead the Creeks were discovered enticing more slaves to seek freedom in the Creek Nation, and by 1721 the Carolina government had to ban all uninvited Creeks from the Carolina settlement. This map is done in 1718, just after the return of the Lower Creek towns to the Chattahoochee. Mobile was still the capital of Louisiana. And one thing about this map that's interesting, without actually knowing that Mobile was the capital of Louisiana, you can kind of see it. For one thing, there's all these trails, the water routes that go into it, the settlements. And if you go over here, no New Orleans. There's actually no New Orleans on that map because they hadn't actually built it yet. Matter of fact, they would build New Orleans to replace this in Biloxi eventually, a few years later. It also shows the extent and location of the Creek towns at this time. Now, John Swanton actually made an interesting comment. And you see the Creek towns spreading out through this whole area with the Chickasaw and the Choctaw. He said that occupying as they did a central position between the English, Spanish, and French colonies, the favor of the Creeks was a matter of concern to these nations, and they played a more important part than any other American Indians in the colonial history of the Gulf region. Well, having worked for the tribe for 45 years or whatever, I agree with that, but I might be a little biased. Anyway. With the seaport and its location on the Alabama River, which transported trade with the Creek, Chickasaw, and Choctaw, Mobile became and remains the center of international trade. This is the cutoff, which, considering where we are, you guys probably know where that is, because there's Fort Mims right there. The cutoff in the Alabama River was recognized as the border between the Creek and European lands. The sandy soil around Pensacola and Mobile made it difficult, if not impossible, to support themselves down there. So they actually, the Tensaw community and the Creek Nation acted both as a buffer against American expansion and a producer of foodstuffs and other Indian products, which came into Mobile duty-free. In 1802, a cotton gin was built above the line in Tensaw, and when the Patton, John Patton of Patton Leslie before Forbes, attempted to bring 40,000 pounds of cotton into Mobile, the Spanish objected because they actually said, no, wait a second, we told you that you could trade with the Indians and you're supposed to be bringing furs and hides and honey and stuff like that. The Creek don't raise cotton. Well, by 1806, they had to admit that the Creeks had become big into cotton, and the Tensaw community was certainly part of that. Anyway, English settlers from Virginia, Georgia, and the Carolinas had come into the lower Alabama area and established settlements at Tensaw and Tom Bigby above the cutoff. And some of the ancestors of the present Porch Creek band moved here from the Upper Creek towns at this time. Cotton was introduced into the area, which brought in its wake a large number of slaves. Lachlan McGillivray established a large cattle ranch in the settlement, and with the help of his son Alexander, sold hides to John Patton of Pensacola for shipment around the world. Lachlan also had a daughter named Sahoy. She married John Tate and had a son named David Tate. When John Tate died, she married Charles Weatherford, and William Weatherford was their son. Charles Weatherford had a large plantation in the first horse racetrack in the territory. Charles Weatherford and Lachlan McGillivray had both been traders among the Upper Creeks and made alliances with other Indians and their half-blood relatives in the Upper Creek territory. So you start to see this evolution of trade, interaction, intermarriage, families, and all of this that went from the Upper Creek territory down here to Tensaw. Many of the half-blood property owners, like the Durants, Monacks, Cornells, and others, had property in both places. They would actually have a plantation up, towards Montgomery, and they would have one down here on Little River. A greater number, however, seem to have relocated altogether from the Upper Creek country to Tensaw region. People like the McGees, Stiggins, Baileys, Smiths. This relocation and settlement of these half-bloods occurred gradually between 1780 and 1800. George Stiggins, an ancestor of the present Porch Band of Creeks, wrote in his History of 1831 that the first settlement we find in tracing the Alabama is at the confluence of the Alabama River and Tensaw Lake near the town of Stockton in Baldwin County. Their settlements extended up the lake and the river as far as Fort Mims. The white settlers of the place called it the Tensaw Settlement, which is where you really start to see people knowing, well, these are the Porch Creek. That's where this all comes from. And you guys probably know a lot of this, so I'll gotta move on to something. The Tensaw community expanded along the Little River region. The region had rich lands and the economy was supported by Indian trade. This trade would have long-term effects on the Creek culture. Some people, like the Lower Creek General William McIntosh, he got a rise out of somebody back there. Anyway, some people like the Lower Creek General William McIntosh saw the changes in Creek culture that came from trade and contact with the Europeans as a good thing. They were called progressive. McIntosh became wealthy through this contact. This is a reconstruction of his house. But this actually is his 1825, I guess it was, tavern and hotel that he had built by Indian Springs. Others, like Alexander McGillivray, and there's McGillivray's town, which I've seen this map in the museum. Others like, and I couldn't figure out whether I could find an image of Alexander McGillivray. I think somebody pointed that out today at the picture they had. They weren't sure about. Right, there you go. Yeah, I couldn't really find one either, so I came up with a map that I know that's his town, nothing else. Anyway, others like McGillivray of Little Tullis walked a fine line, maintaining political power through his control of the trade while trying to protect Creek sovereignty and lands. One researcher believes that from the description, McGillivray's house in Little Tullis would have looked similar to this 1790 home of the Chickasaw George Colbert. McGillivray and later Creek leaders faced many problems. One, originally, when the charters were given out to the territories, they came to the New World or whatever, the New World, the place that you guys already lived. The English had given out these charters that basically were based on latitude. So that if you owned from here to here, you also owned everything out to California or wherever it went to. Now, places like Carolina ended up having Georgia to its west, so that was pretty much where it ended. But you notice what Georgia does here. In 1763, after the French and Indian War, King George had decided that he wasn't going to go to war in the United States any more often than he had to. So he put out a mandate saying that you could no longer go any further west than where the headwaters were of the waters that flowed into the ocean. That meant the Appalachians, basically. That meant that Georgia would have been stopped somewhere in here. And people like the Georgians weren't too crazy about that idea. Of course, the Louisiana Purchase was out west, so they couldn't go past that. But after the American Revolution, one of the interesting things that happened that affected Creek country was that the Georgians went back to their original charter and said, oh, by the way, we own everything between here and here, all the way west. And that's what this map reflects. Other effects, well then of course, other events would overshadow this concern. McGillivray died February 17, 1793. A part Coshada Indian, he had been born on December 15, 1750. He spent his early years at the Hickory Grounds before his time living in his father's world. The American Revolution had taken everything from his family. His father returned to Scotland. He returned to his mother's people. And over a short period of time, he had risen to power, led the Creeks in their standoff with the new United States, and died. On observing the Americans pouring into Louisiana and West Florida, he said, "It does not require any extraordinary powers to foresee what they aim at and what will happen sooner or later." He had made it later, but he was now gone. The same year, 1793, Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin. This led to an economic boom that can only be understood if you compare it to a gold rush. And it's interesting because we always think of gold, oh, it's gold, you know, the source of all evil and all this stuff, right? But gold was never 80% of our national exports. Cotton was. So that when Andrew Jackson got the Fort Jackson Treaty in 1814, it's no accident that he actually took, that he took this land here. Because if you look at where the cotton belt ended up, it's pretty much the exact same place. As a matter of fact, the first place that cotton really starts, besides over here all the way in the east, but once you get over into Creek country, that happens to be ground zero for the Fort Jackson Treaty, you know, and that's where the cotton, anyway, so the cotton industry ended up producing about 80% of our national export, and the cotton and the Creek lands were where it would happen. There was also manifest destiny, interesting term. And you see here, Georgia, here, but then you see the Americans completely skipping over Creek country and forming counties out here, and eventually you see westward expansion completely surrounded. This is the Creek Nation as of about 1814 or so. And you see what has happened is that they've been completely surrounded. Anyway. Now, besides, you guys weren't actually standing exactly alone at this time. This is about 1812, 1814. Now, at this point, this is Pensacola. Pensacola had enough freedom-loving blacks that they ended up manning the Negro fort. This is the black town near Achese. This is Miccosukee, where they ended up having so many blacks moved into Miccosukee that the St. Mark's commanding officer, the Spanish officer, said that he was afraid that these guys were going to take St. Mark's again from him. This is Suwanee Old Town, which I had just shown you, where 3/4 of the town is actually black. Alachua had a large black community, and this is St. Augustine. And frankly, I don't think any place could beat St. Augustine when it comes to a black community, because they actually had the leader of one of the leaders of the Haitian Revolution was sent there. He was so feared by the Spanish that they wouldn't let him off the ship in Havana, and because all the slaves had come down to watch the slave general on his ship. When they got to St. Augustine, it was rumored that he actually sat in his tent with kittens of all colors, which, by the way, I can't figure out what that means. Anyway, kittens of all colors with human bones and snakes doing voodoo ceremonies while naked women danced around outside. He was quite a notorious character, and you just got to think that these guys in the southern plantations were going nuts when they found out that this guy had taken over the army in St. Augustine. But at any rate, so with the idea of manifest destiny, not only did you have the Creeks on the west sort of holding it back, but you had this black frontier. Oops, there we go. You had this black frontier which existed all along North Florida, because they were all the slaves were escaping into Spanish Florida. And there we have Tecumseh, who we had talked about before, or actually, and Dale had actually brought him up a while ago. Tecumseh is an interesting character. He's a little bit like Francis in that he was the head of the prophet movement up at Shawnee. And I agree that the federal road really was one of the biggest problems. Another thing is that the earthquake that Dale was talking about was the New Madrid earthquake. And I had a geologist one time told me it was the largest earthquake in the history of North America. I mean geological history, like go back to biblical times. And the other thing about it was apparently it knocked herds of buffalo off their feet in the Western Plains, woke up President Madison in the White House, which that's not your average earthquake. That's quite an earthquake. And it was attributed to this guy. So needless to say, he got a lot of play from that. Whatever the exact cause of the Red Stick movement, when a party of Creeks under Little Warrior who had accompanied Tecumseh north came back through the Duck River, they had killed a number of families up there. When they came back into Creek country, Hawkins requested that they be arrested and turned over to the Americans, and instead the council executed them. When McIntosh had executed them, the Red Stick formed and came back and killed 23 of the old Creek leaders. And that was the beginning of the Creek War. And something about the Creek War that I think is very interesting, you look at American history books, and how are they divided? You know, like the War of 1812, the American Revolution, the First World War, Spanish-American War, World War II. I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of depressing how history gets divided up into all these different wars. But in 1813, about the time that this was going to happen, if you were a Creek warrior and you got up and walked out the front door, you were walking into either A, the War of 1812, B, the Creek War, Creek Civil War, that is, the Creek Civil War, or the Creek War, which Andrew Jackson would be fighting against you guys directly after this. And I think it says something about the history of the nation when you actually have historians struggling to figure out which war you're in. I'm sure that if you were in your house and walked out the front door, you wouldn't run back in and say, oh no, this charge was for that war, and you pull the ball out from your rifle and start over again because this is a brand new war. Anyway, it's an amazing period in American history. But on July of August of 1813, it was a time of crisis for everyone in the Alabama Territory. The white settlers and friendly half-blood Upper Creeks especially were expecting the worst. Sam Manak, for fear of his life, was forced to leave his house on the road near present Montgomery, Alabama, and escape to his plantation down a little river near Tensaw. He stated that the Red Stick have destroyed a large quantity of my cattle, burnt my houses on my river plantation, as well as those of James Cornell's and Leonard McGee. This destruction continued as Peter McQueen of Tullis, a Red Stick, Highhead Jim, and Josiah Francis began an expedition with several hundred warriors to Pensacola. This, of course, became the Battle of Burnt Corn, where they went down. The Red Sticks started back to the nation after the Battle of Burnt Corn and were met by a 150-man force of whites under Colonel James Collar and half-bloods under Captain Dixon Bailey. And Bailey, of course, would end up dying at the Battle of Fort Mims. But he was down here at, I'm at the battle, David Tate. Initially, the force surprised the hostiles, ran him off. Yeah, I'm actually back at the Battle of Burnt Corn. Sorry about that. Different page here. I must have typed wrong. Anyway, with the Tensaw and Tom Bigby settlements threatened, General Ferdinand Claiborne, military commander of the region, decided at that point to fortify various homesteads along the banks of the Alabama and put in charge a commander at each garrison. The home of Samuel Mims, once barricaded, became Fort Mims, and Major Daniel Beasley was put in charge of defending it. I kind of left out that the writer I was reading said, unfortunately, Beasley was put in charge of it. But It wasn't fortunate, that's for sure. On the afternoon of August 30th, despite warnings of several blacks tending cattle at a distance from the stockade, the Creek struck Fort Mims with its gates open and its sentries inattentive. The approximately 800 hostile Creeks from the 13 upper towns overran the outer fortifications and cornered, well, basically, it was the Fort Mims massacre. Dixon Bailey of Tensaw, captain of the contingent of half-bloods, fought courageously and died defending the fort. At the end of the day, Fort Mims lay in a pile of ashes and rubble. Of the 553 people who took refuge there, fewer than 40 escaped with their lives. A large number were taken captive and carried off to the upper towns. Now, I've seen that there were supposed to be 100 black slaves taken here. There was also an estimate of 200 and some black slaves here. But in both cases, they were taken back to, I think it was at the Hickory Grounds or the Holy Grounds? Holy Grounds, yeah. And the interesting thing is, all through all of these wars, the plantation owners would always say, oh, they abducted my slaves, the evil Creeks have come and stolen my property. And then you'd go up to the Holy Grounds and find that those 224 black slaves were actually defending the Holy Grounds because they had been freed by the people. So a lot of these supposed abductions that were going on the frontier of blacks at this time were creating a black army, which is why you have that black frontier up there, because the Creeks were helping them escape as allies. Anyway, after the battle, Weatherford went to his half-brother's home, David Tate, some miles away on Little River. Weatherford would surrender to Jackson, and I think after the battle of Horseshoe Bend, Weatherford would surrender to Jackson. Now, the Battle of Horseshoe Bend on March 27, 1814, is what led to the Fort Jackson Treaty. Now, the interesting thing about the Treaty of Fort Jackson, August 9, 1814, it's a pivotal point in the history of the Porch Band of Creek Indians, because it was under the provisions of this treaty that many of the present group's ancestors, including Lynn McGee, received grants for their land in the Tensaw area from the United States for their support in the Creek Wars. And what it basically said was that any chief or warrior of the Creek Nation who shall have been friendly to the United States during the war and taken an active part therein shall be entitled to a reservation of land within the said territory of 1 square mile, to include his improvements as near the center thereof as may be, which shall inure to the said chief or warrior and his descendants as long as he or they shall continue to occupy the same. Now, Lynn McGee and other people of the Porch Creek were being overrun at that time by people that were moving into Alabama, the whites. And a lot of them started losing their property. Now, the interesting thing about the wording of this treaty is that it basically said you got that property forever, unless you move off of it or something, right? Well, at a later time, Lynn McGee would finally get his property back, but the Congress, when they wrote the act to give him his property back or to give him a grant of land, they actually said, as per the conditions of the treaty. Well, between the time that he had lost the treaty and the time he got his land back, there have been 2 other agreements that Congress had passed that basically gave the land in fee simple or just paid you off and shipped you out west. Whereas by the time it got around to giving it back, the land back to McGee, all of a sudden they just offhandedly said, oh yeah, as per the treaty, without realizing that meant that he got the land back forever, which means that the McGees were on that property until what, 1924, I think, or something like that. And that's one of the things that the Indian Claims Commission pointed out, was the continuity of occupation, which helps when you're trying to prove that you're an Indian tribe. Anyway, the British in the Bahamas had heard that the Red Stick Uprising in September 1813. They sent an officer to the Pensacola to find out what was going on. He met with the leaders from the Apalachicola communities and made an alliance with them, but the British didn't send forces until May of 1814, 2 months after the Battle of Horseshoe Bend. By that time, the Red Stick were living destitute in the swamps along the Gulf Coast. see where we are here. This, by the way, if anybody hasn't been there, and maybe many of you haven't, is what they call the Negro Fort or Fort Gadsden. And back here, you actually have what was built by the British. That's the original water battery, which is also called a Ravelin. Here, you see the remnants of the American Fort Gadsden. But that's still there. If you ever get a chance, it's really an interesting place to go to. But on May 21st, Captain Hugh Piggott and George Woodbine arrived at the mouth of the Apalachicola. Woodbine was a trader and familiar with the area. He was sent to raise troops for another Colonial Marine Battalion. He reached Prospect Bluff, 16 miles from the coast, on the 25th of May. The British printed handbills with Cochrane's offer of freedom and posted them from Pensacola to Fernandina. And of course, at that point, blacks started making their way here. Brevet Major Edward Nichols arrived at the Prospect Bluff August 12th. Now, this guy is a very interesting person. He apparently fought in American history books, we see this man who was an ally of the Creeks, an ally of the Black Seminoles. We see him here as being sort of a out in the woods somewhere adventurer, right? This painting, I don't know if it's this exact one, but a painting of him hangs in the officers' mess at the Marine Corps headquarters in this one. This one hangs in the officers' mess in Portsmouth, England, because I believe he's not the most decorated officer in the history of the Royal Marine Corps. He's one of the most highly recognized. Well, for one thing, he fought in over 100 battles. I mean, he got wounded 3 times in one battle, so I don't know how many times they shot at him. He ended up, he's really a pretty amazing character. And he is the penultimate, he is the ultimate Royal Marine. So he's not just somebody. He actually freed enough people on the west coast of Africa to form a nation. Something like, what, hundreds of thousands of people or something. Anyway, let's see. When he arrived, there were 2,000 Red Stick survivors gathered between the Apalachicola River and Pensacola. They were without clothes and food, living on what one person called the spontaneous product of the earth. They remained undaunted in their fight against the Americans. Some of them asked for carbines, short rifles, explaining that the long rifles were too heavy for their children to use. Nichols ordered supplies to be sent to the bluff, and he went to Pensacola, where he raised a battalion of Colonial Marines. This unit consisted of black slaves from the surrounding area and Indians. Much to the consternation of the local citizenry, Nichols drilled these troops in the town streets. Nichols determined to take Mobile from the Americans. The British forces attacked the city on September 15, 1814, but were defeated. The British retreated to Pensacola, where they were attacked by Jackson and defeated again. On the way out, Nichols blew up the fort and took the black soldiers with him and 136 slaves and went back to Prospect Bluff. By November 22, 1814, there were 1,600 warriors, this is estimates, 1,600 warriors, 450 women, 750 children at the bluff, and several hundred at the advanced post. At one point, there were about 5,000 Creeks and blacks gathered around the bluff, which is pretty much all of the Red Sticks that made it south. The fort at the bluff had we've got that. But here's another. This is a drawing that was done later. This actually is Fort Gadsden, but this is the outline. This is probably the outline of what became known as the Negro Fort. This is a log breastwork. Well, it looks like F Troop, and they built this. Now that is the center of the fort, but it's also a magazine. And there's something will happen about the magazine. It's very interesting. After the news, let's see. What no one had known was that the war had ended on December 24th, 1814, the week before the Battle of New Orleans had been fought. After the news reached the combatants, Nichols remained at the bluff until May 14th, 1815, evacuating troops and allies. And during the evacuation, he sent many of the blacks out on his ships. Now we talk about the Trail of Tears, but these guys, this is where the blacks from Prospect Bluff ended up going. Ooh, wrong button. They actually ended up going to Bermuda. Some of them went to Trinidad. Some of them had gone up to Nova Scotia, found out it was too cold. Boy, that was a no-brainer. And they ended up going back to Trinidad in 1815. At another point, some of the people from Apalachicola later on ended up going to Trinidad, but they ended up eventually in Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, Sierra Leone, Bermuda, the Bahamas, Nova Scotia. Geez, did I miss any place? That ought to about do it. So they ended up like all over the world. So their Trail of Tears is sort of transatlantic. When he left in May of 1815, Nichols took Francis, the prophet, with him to England to make the case for continued support of the Creek. Francis spent 2 years in England, was given honors, and lived at Nichols' own home, but left without British support. Nichols reported that Francis was undeterred. In Nichols' words, he swears he will kill every American in the province as soon as he returns. The fort that Nichols left had been called the Post on the Apalachicola, the British Post, Nichols Fort, etc. The Americans now called it the Negro Fort because of the blacks that were there. It continued to operate after the departure of the English. It operated longer as an independent black fort than it did as a British post. There were fewer Indians, but the flow of black refugees into the area continued. So many blacks arrived at Miccosukee that the Spanish were afraid they were going to have their fort taken from them at St. Mark's. With the British gone and manned by blacks, the fort became the center of many Americans' attention. Now, it's interesting when you see what people said about the fort. Andrew Jackson said that the fort was, quote unquote, established by some villains for the purpose of rapine and plunder, and that it ought to be blown up regardless of the ground that it stands on. General Gaines said that while they were charged with no crimes, he would keep a watch on them. Kind of a different response. Hawkins was convinced that something had to be done about the fort, or the Georgia frontier would soon be despoiled of all their slaves. But when Commodore Patterson issued orders sending the naval expedition that destroyed the fort, he wrote, "The blacks were in and about planting corn, and I apprehend no opposition from them whatever." So if you look at Jackson versus his officers, you see Jackson's obvious dislike of the fort. Jackson contacted Spanish officials about the fort. They told him they were looking into it and not to do anything that violated their national sovereignty. So Jackson, in turn, told the Secretary of War that the Spanish had no problem with him destroying the fort, and they would wait for the Secretary's response. But Jackson had already issued the orders to destroy the fort when he sent the letter. A joint Army-Navy force was sent by Jackson's orders. The orders to the Army are telling. On May 23rd, Gaines' orders to Lieutenant Colonel Clinch of the 4th Infantry said that a post near the junction of the Flint and Chattahoochee rivers must be established speedily, even if we have to fight our way through the ranks of the whole Creek Nation. The surveyors have commenced laying off the land to be sold and settled, and they must be protected. The force of the whole nation cannot arrest your movement down the river. Gaines' concerns are telling. The lands affected by the Treaty of Fort Jackson were already being settled by Americans. Between 1810 and 1820, the population of Alabama Territory rose from about 9,000 to 149,000. Most of this settling occurred between 1814 and 1819 when this fort was there. An Indian attack on settlers had stopped the surveyor's work on the treaty boundary line. Without the survey, you couldn't sell the land, which, by the way, I can tell you that from the 18th century until 1908 at least, Seminoles, Miccosukee, Creeks did not like surveyors because, I mean, they stopped Andrew Ellicott when he tried to survey the line between Georgia and Florida. And one of the things that Creeks and everybody else knew was you couldn't sell land that wasn't surveyed. In 1908, actually, down in Miami, a Miccosukee shot a surveyor when he was surveying the Miami River to drain the Everglades. I think we found out he was right. Anyway, so it was this Indian attack on the settlers that had stopped the surveyors' work on the treaty boundary line this assault on manifest destiny finally led to the orders to destroy the fort. As per Jackson's order, the Navy sent gunboats and transports down the Apalachicola River. They arrived on July 10th. The Army under Colonel Clinch was at the Forks where they'd established Camp Crawford. Clinch learned that the Navy had arrived on July 17th and left the base with 116 men. That evening he met the Quetta leader McIntosh with 150 warriors. McIntosh had fought for General Jackson during the Creek War and was no friend of either the Red Stick or the Blacks. On the 18th, Clinch met another large body of Upper Creeks. They were commanded by Captain Isaacs, who I believe fought in the Revolution, very famous Creek, that were headed to the fort to capture slaves. An agreement was made between Clinch and the Indians about sharing the spoils in the oncoming campaign, and the expedition was now both a military movement to destroy the fort and a slave raid to some degree. Clinch set the Indians in advance of his forces to capture any blacks that were found. When Clinch arrived at the Negro fort, he had the Indians surround the fort. They basically drew the fire of the fort. The people in the fort were firing cannons at these guys running around outside, which must have been an interesting, and apparently Congreve rockets, which anybody who's ever seen one of those things know that must have been just bizarre. Anyway, he ordered McIntosh to have his men hover around the fort and keep up in regular fire. The fort responded with an incessant fire of cannon and rockets. Creeks went in on the 23rd and were asking for the fort's surrender, but the fort commander, an ex-slave from Pensacola named Garcon, heaped much abuse on the Americans, saying that he was left in command of the fort by the British government and would sink any American vessels that should attempt to pass it. He'd blow up the fort if he could not protect it. The blacks hoisted the bloody flag of no surrender with the English jack flying over it. Dr. Buck of Clinch's staff said they wished to fight and gone into the fort for no other purposes. Many circumstances convinced us that most of them were determined never to be taken alive. At 4 a.m. on the morning of the 27th, the Navy began moving into position. And this is sort of strange. The Navy pulled up, they fired a couple of ranging rounds, and then they heated a cannonball and fired at the fort from 3,090 yards, which, by the way, is, what, a mile and 3/4 or something? It's a little ways away. And I believe they ricocheted the ball off a pine tree. Yeah, meanwhile, so what happens is they miss the fort, but they ricochet off of a pine tree, the cannonball. It rolls across the parade grounds. Now, meanwhile, there are Creek women and, well, Choctaw probably, who have the door of the magazine, the powder magazine, open because they're rolling charges for the men who are defending the fort. And the cannonball rolls past them into the powder magazine. Now, when the British came to the Apalachicola area, as Dale pointed out, they brought tons of gunpowder and arms. They didn't bring any food. Well, another thing is these people had just come from the Napoleonic Wars, and they thought that they were fighting a war. So they show up with God knows how much gunpowder, and they put it into this magazine. I talked to a Royal Marine in England who worked on getting rid of roadside bombs and stuff in Afghanistan, and I told him about the explosion that's about to occur, and he said they must have over-engineered the magazine. Look into what those guys did for a living and see who built it. Well, it turns out they were shipwrights. So you can only think that a guy who can keep water out of a ship could probably build a pretty good magazine. When it blew up, apparently it was 100 miles away in Pensacola. They recorded it variously. I believe Dale found out that they actually reported that it was an earthquake. What's that?
So they felt a minor earthquake that morning.
Right, and it was in Pensacola, which is approximately 100 miles away. Of the 320 defenders, men, women, and children, 270 were killed outright. The greater part of the rest were mortally wounded. Half the survivors were sent back to Pensacola, and the rest went to Fort Scott. After the battle, it was discovered that a large Seminole force was coming to aid the fort, but they were too late. Clinch sent out 200 Creek to meet them, but apparently the Seminoles had discovered the fate of the fort and dispersed. Many of the blacks that lived near the fort had retreated to the Indian towns before the American incursion. At Bullockstown, a black settlement ran for 3 miles along the Swanee. 600 armed blacks were eager to give the Americans what for. And at Foultown, located near Bainbridge, Georgia, on the Flint River, became the new center of raids on the frontier. They also threatened to have revenge for the destruction of the fort. General Edmund Gaines sent 250 men against Foultown on November 21st and destroyed the town. The soldiers burned the town. In retaliation, a black and Indian force attacked a flotilla of boats, Scots boats, right? Correct? Yeah, anyway. Making their way up the Apalachicola on November 30th. 35 soldiers, 6 women, and 4 children were killed and 1 woman captured. Only 5 soldiers, all wounded, survived. After this, the blacks and Indians attacked Camp Crawford and besieged Fort Hughes. To finish what had been started at the fort, Jackson arrived at Camp Crawford on March 9th, 1818 with 4,800 men, including 1,500 Coweta under McIntosh. After establishing a new fort at Prospect Bluff named Fort Gadsden, he attacked Miccosukee. After he destroyed Miccosukee and Bullockstown and taken the Spanish post at Fort St. Mark's in Pensacola, he also sent a letter to the Secretary of War suggesting he take Cuba. You gotta like Jackson. This guy is like never an underachiever. Well, this had been the first Seminole War. After the destruction of their towns in the north, we gotta catch up. First Seminole War. After the destruction of their towns in the north, these are red stick towns. These are black towns. This is basically Sumter County in central Florida, just south of Lake George, southwest of Lake George. After the destruction of their towns in the north, many Creeks and Seminoles made their way down to central Florida. This included the remnant of Peter McQueen's Red Sticks, which were now led, they would have been right down in here somewhere. They were now led by Osceola, or Osceola. And at that time, he made a stray comment that I never hear anybody say anything about. He said that, he told an American that if they were going to fight the war, that in order to take the Seminoles, it would take them 7 years, which is interesting because it took them 7 years. At any rate, the conflict renewed in 1835 lasted 7 years. At the end of it, somewhere around 300 Creeks and Miccosukee and Seminoles remained in Florida. The rest had been emigrated out west. Emigration of Native Americans to Western lands had become official national policy in 1830 with the passage of the Indian Removal Act, but the groundwork for it began in 1803. Martin Van Buren This is an act of genius if you read it, but I'll read it for you. Martin Van Buren his first address in 1837 made it clear who actually was responsible for the idea of Indian removal. The system of removing the Indians west of the Mississippi River, commenced by Mr. Jefferson in 1804, has been steadily persevered in by every succeeding president, and may be considered the settled policy of the country. Now, if you think about it, what is he saying? Well, if you remember who negotiated the Louisiana Purchase, and think about Indian removal. Where are you going to remove people to if you don't have somewhere to send them to? During the discussions on the acquisition of Louisiana, there were actually some people who said, oh, if we ever buy that place, it'll be settled with our enemies. We can't possibly ever settle it. And somebody said, I have an idea. Let's send the Creeks there. Literally. Like not only Indian removal, but specifically the Creek Nation was. When they came up with this idea, they were talking about you guys. Anyway, it turns out that when the Louisiana Purchase was discussed, the Creek were mentioned by name. Later, when the Indian Removal Act was debated in Congress, the Indians found a friend in one David Crockett. He had actually fought in the Creek War, amongst other things, and had said, we shot them down like dogs and basically went home. But his speech against the act is striking. his speech, in his speech, he said, if this was not oppression with a vengeance, he did not know what it was. He had seen much to disgust him here, and he did not wish to represent his fellow citizens unless he could be permitted to act conscientiously. He did not know whether a man within 500 miles of his residence would give a similar vote, but he knew at the same time that he should give that vote with a clear conscience. Basically, he was voting against it, the Indian Removal Act. If he should be the only member of that House who voted against the bill and the only man in the United States who disapproved it, he would still vote against it, and it would be a matter of rejoicing to him until the day he died. He would only do that to which he could answer to his God. Bill passed anyway. Between 1827 and 1858, nearly all of the Creek and their allies were sent out west, beginning in 1827 with the McIntosh Band, after McIntosh had been killed, which included 617 Creek from 20 towns, also 170 of McIntosh's own Coweta, and 86 slaves. Indian removal ended with the Billy Bowlegs Band in 1858. Between those times, more than 20,000 Creeks were sent west. There were 15,000, there we go. There were 15,000 sent west as a result of the so-called War of 1836. During that emigration, 3,500 of the Creek had died. You know, we hear about the Trail of Tears and see many variances on it. This is something that the Delaware have come up with. And if you look at it, their Trail of Tears starts around 1700 when they're shoved off the coast and start migrating west. And other parts of them end up over here and then down to there. So really for them, they had been on their own Trail of Tears for about 100 years before all of this started. Then there's this, which is the Trail of Tears that the National Park Service has set up. And of course the Creeks were on this, and the Cherokee. There's this one, which shows part of the federal one, but it also shows something else, which is this. Now, many of the Florida Indians passed through Fort Brooke and Tampa. Ooh, there we go. Ahead of myself there. Fort Brooke and Tampa, and went to New Orleans. In 1980, construction of a downtown Tampa parking lot uncovered part of a cemetery associated with Fort Brooke. This is a map of that graveyard as excavated by archaeologists. It's obviously only part of one of two cemeteries associated with the fort, which gives you an idea of how many people died at the fort. It's not even on the way, you're just waiting, right? Of the 145 graves, 43 were identified as Indians, 57 were whites, 2 were blacks, and 43 couldn't be identified. The destination of these Tampa emigrants had been Jackson Barracks, which is right here. It's right on the edge of the Mississippi River outside of New Orleans. It's in the 9th Ward, actually. There were 3 cemeteries here. It's not known how many Indians were buried there, but when a footer was being placed under a building to support a sagging floor, they uncovered multiple layers of burials. And I actually worked on that project, and they were like stacked on top of each other. They stopped the project, consulted with the tribes, and then Katrina hit, which didn't help things much. Eventually, the burials were reinterred. The woman that was under that floor, I've often thought of as like the Queen of Egypt. You've never seen anything like it. She had rows of beads. She had silver all over, and she had a bracelet that had a turquoise blue bead under the bracelet, because it was kind of a concave bracelet, you know? And it was anyway. One of the people consulting was, at the time that we were working at Jackson Barracks, said that because the fort was so isolated, they used to send the yellow fever people out there. So in the 1830s, when the Indians were being shipped through, they could be sitting out there having a campfire, doing whatever, waiting to be shipped out west, and find out that a yellow jack fever had broke out in New Orleans. And they said, have you ever seen, God, Jezebel, the movie Jezebel with Bette Davis. At the end of the movie, Bette Davis is on this wagon, and they're taking him out to what's supposed to be the end of the world because it's where they ship the yellow fever victims because nobody ever comes back from there. Well, that's actually where they're shipping the Seminoles. There's another. In the end, some of the Creeks found homes in swamps of South Florida. This is a map showing a trail that crossed the Everglades. And an interesting thing about this area is that the Big Cypress Swamp is actually a Chinahoofa, which I understand is actually a Creek word for big cedar-like trees. It's like at Sinaoti down, Cedar Key. But interestingly enough, the Everglades is a Hitchiti word, which is, Pahaoge. So you actually have, the Creeks have been coming down here for a couple of hundred years, but in the end, the Miccosukees ended up down here, and they actually, there it is, Pahaoge. But today, that's the Fort Pierce, Hollywood, Miccosuke, and Big Cypress reservations. So in the end, when they got to the end of the road, they stayed there. That's where they are today. And here's a 1910 aerial of a Seminole town in the Everglades. That's actually a modern aerial of the Green Corn Dance grounds. In Mexico, the Muskogees are down there. The black Seminoles made their way down there. And that's them today. So basically, in the end, some of the Creeks found homes in the swamps of South Florida, the black Seminoles in Mexico and Trinidad. But many of those who went out west had to continue to struggle to find lands out there. And some are still in the Creek country, which, by the way, is you guys. That's copyright infringement. I'll have to send you $5 in the mail. But at any rate, so there we have that. What's that?
They'll play it now.
Yeah, good. Yeah, that's fine. All right. But at any rate, so here we are at the end. And I believe that's Thanksgiving, isn't it? Yeah. Well, that's it.
Thank you.
Well, it was long.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that wonderful information. I have learned a lot again. What about you? We are now going to move into our panel, so we'll ask our speakers to please come forward, and we are going to have a panel discussion, and we're going to give you an opportunity to ask some questions. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule. Mr. Tullis said he was going to come back and join us. As you know, he had another obligation today, so we hope that he can join us. But we're going to give you an opportunity to ask questions that you may have developed over today as you listen to our wonderful speakers, and we're going to hear a little bit more as they interact about their research. We'd like to make sure that you fill out your surveys, so if you will please fill out your surveys on the table, and we're going to collect those now. So please fill those out, and you'll see staff coming around to collect those. They'll come to the tables and pick those up. Thank you. You gonna turn that on?
microphone can turn on.
Okay.
As you know, we're live streaming our event, so we have, if you have a question, we have a microphone that staff will bring to you, and that way we can hear your question on the live stream as our panelists answer those questions. So if I could get a staff person to take charge of the microphone and take it to, you can just raise your hand if you have a question, and Mr. Dean, is that going to be you? Thank you, and he'll come to you and you can just ask your question in the microphone. Mado. So, Mr. Steele?
Oh. I'm going to be interrogated. I don't know. That's hers, right?
That's hers, and just push the speak button.
Herding cats.
That's right.
Okay.
Hey, Mr. Tullis, we're starting the panel now. Can you come and join us? This is Deidre Dees. Can you come and join our panel of speakers?
Hang on, let's see. I didn't realize you did it.
Can you come and join our
Miller
panel
Francis.
at the History Conference? This is Deidre.
So your family's Yuchi?
Yes.
Wow, it's a very mysterious group of people.
They really are.
They might be eerie or something.
There's that theory, and then
Okay, I didn't know if you could come and join us. Okay. Okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate it. All right, bye-bye.
Mr. Tullis said to put Miss Carolyn White in his place. Would you like to join us?
I was going to ask the question. This is for Dale. I know you had mentioned that you had to follow up with Millie Francis's herself and her family as far as the award that she got from Congress. What about the family of Duncan McCrimmon? I mean,
yes.
Was there any follow-up about him as far as his story or his family as far as your book, or just some follow-up about his part in this story?
Yeah, I did meet some of his descendants. They some of them still live in kind of the middle Georgia area around Milledgeville, Georgia. He later became a state senator in Georgia and a farmer, and is buried kind of out in a rural area just north of Milledgeville, which at that time was the state capital of Georgia. And I don't know, they couldn't tell me whether he married the fiance he had at that time or not, when it all got out in the papers that he was going to marry Millie Francis. And I suspect, like any true-blooded Southern woman, she probably gave him the boot when he headed off to marry Millie Francis. But he later did marry and had a family, as did Millie. And he had a pretty distinguished life later on. Like I said, he served in the Georgia State Senate. He died fairly young, but as did many people in those days. But he was a farmer and a state legislator later in life. And his family, by and large, they have vague memories of the story, but they didn't know the specifics of it until I went to visit with them and kind of told them the whole story of who he was and what the Millie Francis story was. And then they were really fascinated with it then. So.
Well, it's really nice that there are some collaboration or some evidence to be able to go back and really get the truth of a story like this.
Right.
Is that far back.
It is, and I tried to track down. I was really looking for a portrait of each of them, and was trying to find one of each of them, and they did not have one of him. And I could not find one of her at that time. I have since found one of her that is actually in the Canadian National Archives. An artist from Canada in the late 1820s passed through the Creek Nation in Alabama and painted many paintings, and I only found this within the last 6 months. And one of the paintings that he painted is of Millie Francis, and mentioned that is known as the Creek Pocahontas. And I have asked for it and have sent the money for it and all of that, and they're duplicating it for me. But the Canadian Archives still work on the old system where you write it out and you attach the check to it and you send it to them, and then they send it back to you. So I'm still waiting to receive it. I had hoped to have it by today where I could show it. But I also have asked for their catalog to see what other paintings he did of the Creek people as he passed through Alabama. So I'm hopeful there'll be others that'll be of interest, because apparently he did a number of paintings through Creek territory as he passed through.
And who was that?
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but he was a Canadian artist who, for whatever reason, just went on a journey through the Southeast painting paintings. And he painted both landscapes and people, but he was very interested in Native Americans, and he passed through the Cherokee and the Creek and the Choctaw country. And as he was heading down, and then he got to the Mississippi River and then went back up to Canada. And so I'm very, interested to see the catalog, to see what else will be in there when it comes, and also very excited to see the color painting of her when it comes. I've seen a black and white image of it, and she has, as you would expect, the long black hair, and she's wearing a European-style dress, and she's in her 20s at the time the painting was done, and was a very attractive lady. And so I'm very excited to get the painting and be able to share it with the world. And after all this time,
be very interesting, and to see what other.
And to see who all else shows up, and to see where he journeyed at, and especially because they said that there are both portraits and landscapes. I'm anxious to see what all he painted and where he went. So it will be very fascinating to see what he saw and what he painted. So.
Yeah, I have a question. Henny Hall, would you please get some pictures from this angle of our guest speakers, if you don't mind? There's a kind of a glare over there, and if you could get them from this side, that way there won't be a glare. Thank you. So I was wondering, did either of you think that there was a way that Hillis Hadjo's life could have been saved? Any thoughts on that?
With Jackson's people, probably not.
Yeah. I think Jackson from 1813 on would have killed him regardless. The only way he would have been saved is, his life was lost from the moment that American ship sailed up flying the British flag. And had had he not gone out there personally, had he sent someone out first to see what was going on, he very well might have escaped and gone south with McQueen. But when he went out himself thinking it was the British, then his life was lost. And Jackson was determined from the time of Fort Mims on to kill him. And I think that probably to some degree, unfairly, blaming him for something. When you really look at the Creek War, the Creek War started because first it was a civil war among the Creeks, but then the American intervention started because of the Mississippi Territorial Militia attacking the Red Sticks at Burnt Corn Creek. But of course, after Fort Mims, Burnt Corn Creek was forgotten. And then Jackson, of course, placed all of the blame for that on the Prophet Francis. And for whatever reason, Jackson just really had it in for him. And much as he did the Shawnee Prophet. And I just think Jackson was going to execute him one way or other if he fell into American hands. And the only way his life would have been spared is if he had not. So.
Yeah, even if he'd migrated south with McQueen.
Will you push that button on the right where it says speak so they can hear in the microphone?
Even if he'd gone south with McQueen, though, let's see how that turned out. McQueen died, Osceola died, pretty much that whole band ended up Well, eventually ended up Chipko's band, which ended up Tallahassee's band, which ended up living in the northwest corner of Brighton. So who knows? He might live in Brighton, but other than that, it's. I think you're right. I think he was. Even if he had survived Florida, many of the people of that band did not survive as they went south.
Now, there's a really interesting thing about Prophet Francis, is that during the Second Creek War, an individual showed up who called himself, who said he was his son, and he was an itinerant peddler who went around doing metal work and doing silversmithing, doing the kind of things that the prophet had done before the First Creek War. He said that he came from England, and we know that the prophet carried a young boy with him when he went to England. He went by the last name of Earle, E-A-R-L-E, and he was taken prisoner during the Second Creek War, in the Creek War of 1836, and he died in the jail in Montgomery as he was awaiting trial. And whether he was actually the prophet's son or not is a matter of some discussion. The people who raised him in England said emphatically that he was not, but that as a young boy he developed a fascination with the prophet and made himself out to be the prophet's son, and one day disappeared from England, and the next thing they heard from him, he was in a jail in Montgomery, Alabama, portraying himself as the prophet's son. But the son that was left behind in England disappears at a point, and we don't know what happened to him. So there's a lot of mystery about that and about this young man who may or may not have been the son of the prophet Francis, and who was buried in an unmarked grave in Montgomery. So that may be a family tradition that continued there as well. So
interesting. Other questions? Raise your hand, and Mr. Dean will bring the microphone to you.
No, as you were explaining about the, I guess, the mission of Francis as far as his new way of life of getting rid of his plantation and going back to traditional ways. Mm-hmm. I understood, was it Salmonac, that his plantation was burned and he returned to Tensile. Is that correct?
Right.
Was it Francis that burned his plantation?
Well, he doesn't actually say. It just says at the Red Sticks.
Because I was wondering if he was doing this in order to force the others to kind of take on his new way of life, or take on his perspective of going back to traditional ways. Because what I was kind of hearing from you is that that was his way of trying to just do away with the progressive type of lifestyle.
Well, you know,
going back traditional is just to get rid of those things.
Well, one of the things that's going on in the nation, somebody actually wrote an article about Fort Mims and pointed out all of the things that people haven't thought of, like besides the Red Stick movement and all of that, and the economic, like you'd pointed out, the Federal Road and all the conflict that was there. But there's also a whole school of thought now about the economic conflict that was going on within a nation at the time. The guy up at the University of Georgia, what's his name? Anyway, they're studying, yeah, right, Claudio Sant.
Right, Sant, yeah.
They're studying what's going on with the economy at the time, and interestingly enough, the Tame King, Hobothlamiko, actually had said something to the effect that there were all of these really rich Creek, and then there were his people that were naked and starving in the woods, and they start at the sound of a breaking limb. Basically, there were, you know, and the economic division between the various groups of people and is one of the points of conflict that's going on, besides the fact that they're being attacked from the outside at the time. And then you have what's going on down here. That's one of the reasons why I brought up the idea of the cotton kingdom being more like a gold rush that lasted for, what, 50 years or something? I mean, the amount of money, that was flowing through the cotton industry was so much that it was 80% of our national export. That's kind of insane. They were making more money off of cotton than we were making off of the industry that was going on in New England by 4 times, And so you look at the people at Tensaw who are actually what was going on in order to encourage, the Spanish wanted to encourage the people to be going to Tensaw because they were producing food and all of that, but you also had Alexander McGillivray was sending his people down to Tensaw because it was his control of trade with the Spanish that kind of kept the Americans, like if the Spanish gave him a hard time, he'd go talk to the Americans, and if the Americans gave him a hard time, he'd go talk to the Spanish. One way or the other, he just kept these guys balanced, And I think Tensaw ends up being caught in the middle of it, which is why Fort Mims gets attacked, because they're kind of the symbol of this new economy. But the interesting thing about that is that if you think about what happened before that, when the Europeans wanted all the deer skins that existed in Georgia, Alabama, and Florida, that isn't traditional. The deer hunting that was going on before the cotton plantations was industrial in nature. The Creeks were actually starving. They couldn't find a deer. They had to actually go further and further, which created more conflict between the hunting grounds and the Europeans who thought, well, you can live on 160 acres. You don't need 50 miles of land to hunt on, But so to some degree, even deer hunting had become non-traditional in its own way, but the people who were doing that didn't necessarily see that as bad as becoming agricultural. And agricultural, when I worked at the tribe, I saw the first chain link fence go up, putting boundary around property in a person's house, and they were from Hollywood because they didn't live in the country and they were less traditional. When I saw a chain link fence go up, and the idea of, I used to go out and do archaeological surveys, and I, being like a white guy who was not traditional in any way, shape, or form, would go, do I have permission to go out there? It's the Seminole Reservation. Yes, you work for the council, you have permission to go out there. And I think I asked that probably 10 times until somebody tried to get me to understand the idea of communal land, that the reservation is owned as tenants in common, which is what was going on here. And that's a big conflict, because you start putting up fences around your plantation to grow cotton, you now own land, which nobody owns land. And frankly, I agree with the tribe, because I don't live in the farm that I was raised on. So my illusion of owning land was not really true, and anything I did to the property while I was there, the people after me have to inherit. And if I had the idea of this, living in a communal world, I would treat it better, as opposed to abusing it. But anyway, the idea being that the cotton industry had a lot of things going wrong for it. Between the fact that people got rich so quick that other people were poor, that looked at that as being, well, you're non-traditional and I'm starving, and then you're putting up fences around your property, which, like I said, in the 20th century, I found that to be offensive.
You mentioned, starting with Sam Moniak, he said that his store and his plantation were burned by his brother-in-law. Well, the problem here is he had a bunch of brother-in-laws. It could have been Francis, who was his brother-in-law. William Weatherford was also his brother-in-law. And he had several others who were also Red Sticks. Out of his family, he was the one who did not go with the Red Sticks. The others did. So it could have been any one of a number of them. Regarding Francis, he said, my brother-in-law, Francis, who pretends to be a prophet, is what he said about him. But he didn't specifically identify him as the one who burned his house, but he did say, my home on the road, it was burned by my brother-in-law. In another place, he mentions that his son has gone with the Red Sticks. Now, I find that interesting because David was was the age to be a young warrior at that time. David would have been, about 12 or 13 at that time? And David, later went to the U.S. Military Academy.
That's David Manette.
Right. And of course, David is, the first Native American to attend West Point. And it makes me wonder if he was not, and David's mother definitely went to the U.S., went with the Red Sticks. And so it makes me wonder if David was not, may have even gone to Fort Mims, with the attacking forces. But he mentioned specifically that even my son has gone. And I wonder, he doesn't say it's David, but, and when I saw David's, portrait at the museum yesterday, it made me think about that quote I read not long ago about, from him. I'm thinking, I wonder if he's talking about David, because that would be a very significant factor if David was not just the first Native American to go to the U.S. Military Academy, but if a Red Stick actually went to the U.S. Military Academy, when Andrew Jackson was President of the United States. I mean, that would be a remarkable thing.
Well, of course.
Yes, you're right, it would. Quite remarkable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I was just thinking about Weatherford. I mean, his relationship with Jackson's almost as strange as that. Because,
The other thing that I've discovered, and I've been researching a lot about Weatherford lately, Weatherford's surrender at Fort Jackson is something that gained a great deal over time.
I bet.
There is in the Tennessee State Archives the letter that Weatherford sent to arrange his surrender, which kind of changes the story of his surrender quite a bit, because the story is that he bravely rode in, with the deer on the back of the horse and everything. But he apparently sent a letter wanting to know, can I come in or will you kill me if I come in? And we were talking about, was there any way that Francis could have survived? Well, Weatherford apparently had the same question. Are you going to kill me if I come in? And apparently he sent a very short one-paragraph note to Jackson saying, can I come in? And Jackson said, I have extended that offer to all enemies. If you're prepared to stop being an enemy, you can come in. And then he came in, which that's something that is just kind of another one of those little bits of history, little bits of documentation that are out there that we find every day. It's like the document that I found from Hawkins from after the Creek War, where he's telling everyone who wants to get out of the way of the Civil War to go down and settle by Tensas, which I'm sure many people here are going to find their ancestors were in that group he was telling to get out of the way. And I said, documents like that are foundational documents, for the Porch Band, and are important documents to get into and to have in your archives. Because those are the documents that show even where the United States was saying, this is our advice to you: go and get out of the way of this war that is developing here. And those are new things that are coming to light, and it's amazing when many of the indices in the National Archives or in the British Archives or wherever they might be were prepared. Okay, the most brilliant historians in the world did not prepare those indices. They took the interns and said, index this. And the interns said, okay, this mentions Hawkins, blah. Okay. So now, even if those indices are computerized and digitized, you still don't know what's in those documents until you read those documents. And now that the documents themselves are beginning to be digitized and come online, you're finding there's a wealth more information in those documents than even just from the index that you knew in the past was in there. And you're finding documents contain all kinds of information that in the past we didn't know was there. And so because of that, even documents that we've known summaries of or that we've known existed in the past, we're going back into again, and we're learning that there's a wealth more information that we need to go back in and revisit all of these files and all of these documents and all of these tens of thousands of things that have been looked at and looked at and looked at, because we see them through different eyes, and we see them with the eyes for new information that is more important, for different reasons now. And what you might see, or Bill or I might see, is different than what some intern in the 1940s saw in them that they thought was important, or some Washington functionary saw.
Oh, yeah, you read the same book 27 times because every time you read it, you're doing different research.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a new piece of the puzzle that adds clarity to things.
Yeah, and I agree with what Bill was saying in terms of the economics that were taking place in the Creek Nation at the time of the Creek Civil War and the Red Stick War. The nation was tearing itself apart. And I especially agree that you had the deerskin trade destroyed more so than the introduction of cotton. The deerskin trade had over 40, 50 years had destroyed the traditional way of life, because you can go into the Panton Leslie documents, which there are copies of in Pensacola, University of West Florida, and you can look at where particular people are bringing in thousands of deer hides each year to trade, and they still can't pay off their debts to the trading company. Now, imagine skinning out and preparing 1,000 deer hides in a season, and you still can't pay off what you owe the company. I mean, that's owe your soul to the company store right there. And
well, that's the way they designed it.
Yeah, and it is exactly the way it was designed. And then what does Panton Leslie, or later John Forbes Company, say? Well, give us 1 million acres and we'll call it even, which becomes the Forbes Purchase down in Florida. And that was their whole scheme, is to get their hands on the land. Well, then what are they going to do? They're going to settle the land. And what they're realizing is that once the deerskins play out, we're going to turn this into some type of agricultural production, because once the deerskins play out, we're going to need something to replace that to keep the company prosperous. Then agricultural production, whether it's timber, then it becomes agricultural production, which of course with the cotton gin becomes cotton. And the company's looking ahead to its future, not to the future of the Creek Indians. And so the company, as much as the United States, is what's destroying the Creek way of life. And by, I can't even imagine shooting 1,000 deer in one year, let alone skinning them, and that's one person. And they're bringing in as many as they can get from as many people as they can get, and yet all these people together can't pay off their debts. That's unbelievable. So,
well, compounded by the fact that they end up starving because there's no more deer.
Yeah, and then the deer are all dead. Yeah.
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to just quickly expand on something, one specific thing you mentioned that I think is really interesting. I think that...
Pardon me, could you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah, sorry. I think the Red Stick son of Sam Manac, or Sam Moniac, however you say it, I usually say Sam Manac.
Yeah.
I think that was actually Dixon Manac, and that was the son that he disowned. And it's on the record that Dixon Manac was fiercely a Red Stick and opposed to his dad. And I think maybe that's what that was referring to.
It could be.
Which is super interesting, because Sam Manac supposedly assisted the government in a complicated way, and he was forcibly removed and died on the Trail of Tears.
Yes.
Yet his fiercely Red Stick son, Dixon, stayed behind. Yeah, disowned him. And so totally disowned him, but it's on record that he was his son. Multiple places.
And Dixon got to stay behind.
Dixon got to stay behind. So the irony of all that is just amazing to me. Yeah.
Many of the Red Sticks did stay behind.
Right.
Is what's interesting, because, and in many cases they didn't surrender. And a lot of the ones who wound up living, particularly in the Panhandle of Florida, as late as 1844, well after the end of the Second Seminole War, the U.S. Army sent an expedition into the panhandle of Florida to try to find them. And they found
Apalachicola?
No, they sent an expedition that landed at Choctawhatchee Bay, Florida, under Colonel Arbuckle.
What I mean, was it the group known as Apalachicola?
No, this is another group.
Okay.
And they have removed the Apalachicolas, they have removed the Blackwater Band, and then there is an attack on St. Andrew Bay. And in 1844, they sent a military expedition in. They find a ball field. They find a village. They find cornfields, but they can't find anyone. And they burn the village. They burn the cornfields, and they go away. That's the last reported expedition anywhere in this region in pursuit of Creeks. And they never found them, which means that there were some red sticks still out there somewhere in 1844 that were never brought in.
Well, actually, I think from the work I did on the Black Seminoles, I'm pretty sure that the Panhandle has plenty of Black Seminoles in it, too.
Yeah, the town of
Miccosukee, amongst other things.
The community of Jerusalem, which is in the Panhandle, was a community of Maroons. That, you know, Matt Shack, that's where Matthew Shack, who worked with us on the Prospect Bluff project some.
Oh, okay.
He's descended from people from Jerusalem who are as a community of Maroons.
Right.
And there are communities all through the region, Porch being one of those, were probably by far the largest. But there were communities throughout the region like that, and Jane Dysart wrote an excellent article that was called Another Road to Disappearance, and it's about the assimilation of these groups. But many of them, like she said, many of them were red sticks who wound up, the oddity is that many of the ones who sided with the United States did wind up in Oklahoma.
Well, and she brought up Sam Manak, which is probably the worst example of it, because when he stayed, he had his allotment, which was taken from him, and he finally gave up and went to go out west, and he died at Pass Christian on the way out there.
Right.
So
right.
he never even made it out there in the end anyway.
Which is also where Millie Francis's husband is buried. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. I think I saw a hand over here. Mr. Rowland, did you have a question? I thought I saw you with your hand up. Mr. Clarence Rowland? Would you give him, let me get your microphone so we can have it on our live stream.
I think I heard Mr. Cox there mentioned, I think you said something about here a few years back or several years ago that y'all had, I don't know whether it was a burial ground or something on the Escambia River where the people had actually ate bones of skunk. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it was not a burial ground. It was the University of West Florida. They were looking for a Spanish mission site that they knew was up the Escambia River north of Pensacola, and they were finding, Creek pottery from the 1800s, and they were thinking that they might be in the area. And the more they looked, it was just a light, thin scattering, and But what they were finding were evidence that it was whoever lived there was really under stress population. They were clearly eating things that you wouldn't normally think that people would be eating. And among other things, they found they were breaking the bones of whatever animals they were getting, eating the marrow out of the bones. But even skunk bones, they found they were gnawing into the bones, trying to get any nourishment out of the bones themselves that they could get. And they found skunk bones and possum bones eaten far beyond what normally, and a lot of people ate possum back in those days and still do. And I live near Wausau, not far from Wausau, Florida, where they have a monument to the possum, So but they were gnawing down into these bones, and they found a lot of human teeth, which is also a sign of malnutrition, where people are losing their teeth. And their theory, and then they began to realize that what they found was a Red Stick refugee camp, where they had come down and were hiding in that swamp on the upper Escambia. And the bones that they found in that camp, they were not human bones, but the bones that they found were evidence of just a population that was so starved that they were just eating anything they could get their hands on and gnawing it down to nothing.
That's really interesting. When I interviewed Roberta McGee Sells, as you know, the history, this community was impoverished. She told me that when she grew up, they regularly ate things like skunk, possum, coon. She said, however, when they would cook the skunk, she said they had to cook it with a lot of onions to make it taste good. But she did talk about eating animals such as that you wouldn't normally see on a menu like we had today.
My grandmother ate a lot of animals that you probably wouldn't grace the table with normally today, regularly. And I thought about that a lot, and she said, well, they were animals that my grandmother ate, and she ate a lot of possum, and she ate soft-shelled turtles, and she ate a lot of things like that. And when I thought about that, but I don't ever remember her eating a skunk. But when I thought about where they not just ate the skunk, but just were gnawing the bones into, I thought, those people had to be in really miserable condition. And when you add to the top of that, the American cavalry is after them. And some of the ones, found it interesting, some of the ones that were captured about that time, there's a mention in some of the reports of some of those American units where the U.S. cavalry rounded up about 70 women and children in the Escambia. And they mentioned they took them to Tensaw. And I assume that's where they wound up and also blended into this population here. And I would think that's probably also where some of your ancestors, came from, that they probably came back and wound up and lived here. And somewhere that's probably also some of the heritage here, that these were the families, and they obviously killed the men when they caught them, because Jackson's orders were in writing to the American colonel who was heading that expedition, were to not leave. If you find a warrior holding a weapon, don't leave them alive. Or I think it was, don't leave breath in a warrior holding a weapon, but don't kill the women and children, which is, of course, famous military words. But they do mention taking 70 women and children to Tensaw. And then there's no further mention of them after that. So assuming they brought them in, I would assume that, they were just taken in by the people here. So,
Was this the same Escambia River that run through Jay and up through there?
Yes, right over here from where by the Conecuh.
Are you aware of, or do you know anything that on the Jay River down below the bridge there was a village or a mound, a burial ground? Are you aware? Do you know anything about that?
I don't know anything about it. I know that there is a mention there's definitely some battles that took place there. In the 1814, there's a mention of a big fight that took place on an island, and they mention it as being 2 miles below the confluence of Murder Creek and the Conecuh. And then there's another one that is a mention of, they just say in the swamp. There was a fort on the Little Escambia where they had a blockhouse between Fort Montgomery and Fort Crawford. They mention a report of a big red stick camp 4 miles up the Conecuh from the Escambia. I've heard talk of a mound or something like that's down the Escambia, some below the state line. I've heard of that.
Is that Mims Island?
I don't know the name of the island, but I've heard of an island down there. Yeah,
that's the one I'm talking about, Mims Island, but I didn't know.
Yeah. There's, and I'm going off my head instead of off my notes here, but and there's 2 or 3 different reports about that attack there. There's also a mention of where the old Pensacola-St. Augustine Road crossed, which it came up, actually up into northern Escambia County, Florida, and crossed where the Red Sticks attacked a Spanish family up there. And they mentioned that as they were going down into that swamp, they found those bodies in there, and the soldiers went on past that. And then I know they pursued a group of Red Sticks all the way down to Garcon Point there, and they attacked them there. They pursued another group and attacked another group right in the outskirts of Pensacola at Bayou Tejar there. They were pursuing them all up and down, the Escambia. And then, of course, there was more over on the Yellow River and more over on the Choctawhatchee, but all up and down this area.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Wow, what a wonderful history conference. Have you enjoyed today? Let's give our guests a hand. Now I want to know, are you feeling lucky? Everybody got a little ticket when you came in, right? So you are a winner. Are you feeling lucky? Would you like to know what you won? So we're getting ready to have a closing hymn with Mr. Clarence Rowland, and afterwards we have our department has purchased a book for each of you, and you can see where Mr. Clayton Kuhn is sitting. Afterwards, please take your ticket to the book. And then over here in the corner, Mr. Dale Cox will be sitting to sign your book for those of you who would like to get an autograph. So pick up your book here and also get your autograph over here. You'll notice that there's some beautiful flowers on the table. Would you like to take them home? If you'll look up underneath the pot, there's an arrow, and whoever the arrow is pointing to is who should take it. Now, I do see a few tables that have some extra ones that no people were seated at. Please take that home with you. Those are yours to take home. I'd like to say a thank you to the Office of Archives and Records Management staff and the Regulatory Affairs Division. And I'd like to say a special thank you to our Tribal Council that funded this event. Could you please join me in giving our Tribal Council a round of applause? All right, Mr. Clarence Rowland. Let me ask staff, did I forget anything? Okay, Mr. Clarence Rowland is going to lead us in a closing hymn.
I know a lot of you know this song, the Hallelujah Creek song. So what we're going to do, we're going to cut it short. Instead of singing all 3 verses, let's just sing 1 verse and a chorus. Is that all right? Okay. Okay, y'all. One thing about Creek hymns, they always start out with the chorus first. Okay. Hallelujah, Yahweh God leads. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Yahweh God leads. Hallelujah. Miko sabagi may mana bogis. Hallelujah. Miko sabagi may mana bogis. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, Yahweh God leads. Hallelujah, hallelujah, Yahweh God leads. Hallelujah. Wow. Whoa.
Fill out your surveys if you haven't done so already. Enjoy the rest of your day. Mado.
Boy, I had to come a long way to finally catch up with you. Every time I'm supposed to see him, he blows himself up.